All right. We are live. And with that, hello, Twitch. We are here for Monsters and Madness Session 1 with our new party ready to get going on an adventure in Exandria on the continent of Wildmount. My name is Josh Croker. I am the Dungeon Master for this game. And these are going to be all the players who are joining in for this session of madness and all that comes along with it. So just a little bit of housekeeping to get out of the way. We are playing through startplaying.games, no .com in that. So you can go check out startplaying.games to find a DM to run some games for you. I am on there under Josh Coker. You can find me, and we'll have some more public games as we go along. But this is where we're focused today on Monsters and Madness. We will be using music from Tabletop Audio, just ambient music that they offer for free there. Highly recommend you go check out the website. They have a lot of great music that you can use in your D&D game all for free. And so highly recommend that you guys get on there. With that, we are going to jump in. We have no recap. This is the beginning of the adventure. Welcome to the world of Exandria, a world of myth and legend, but also of great disaster and calamitous ruin. A world of discovery and expansion. One of magical marvels and dangerous ambition. And throughout the ages in this magical land, this ambition comes with a cost. Conflict. Conflict between gods, conflict between kingdoms, an unending cycle that repeats down through time, shaping the world for better or for worse. It is those events that has led us all to you, in the continent of Wildmount and the Dwendalian Empire, to a brief respite of peace in this land. For decades, tensions had been rising in Wynandir, a region on the continent of Wildmount, east and north of the Sirius Mountains and the Menagerie Coast, and west of Blightshore. The Dwendalian Empire, an imperial nation that has been in power for 12 generations, ruling by force, and make sure that order is kept in these wildlands. When King Dwendal, the current monarch, continues the traditions of his families, and with the taxes levied against citizens and the military might of the righteous brand, the Dwendalian Empire remains one of the most powerful nations in all of Exandria, not just Wildmount. But they are not without their rivals. Across the Ashkeeper Peaks lies eastern Wynandir, and the Badlands of the Kryn dynasty, and the land known as Jorhas. The dynasty is responsible for the other side of the tension in Wildmount, with the decades of rising tension being instigated by both the dynasty against the Empire and the Empire against the dynasty, with an increasing number of skirmishes leading to losses on both sides. These tensions came to a head, and in 835 PB, the first battle of the Ashgard garrison began the War of Ash and Light between the two nations. Although the war lasted less than a year, the damage on both sides was significant, and led to lasting distrust between the two nations that already lacked any. A truce was formed, though, however unlikely the odds, and it has been just over 5 years since the two lands have had any fighting, at least any that is publicly acknowledged. With no war to occupy themselves, high-ranking advisors began turning their eyes back to the Empire, to find ways to increase their standing and power in the world, as it continues on its ever-changing trajectory. In the north region of the Zemni Fields, however, a calm began to settle as the region returned to normal. An area that focuses mostly on agriculture, mining, and logging, the Dwendalian citizens here were happy to avoid the war and all of the complications that came along with it, including being ordered to provide crops to feed the righteous brand during the war, for the good of the Empire. But the calm never lasts long in lands shaped by magic. In the month of Siddenstar, on the 20th day, in 841 PD, we find ourselves here. Whispers of odd happenings have spread across the Zemni Fields. Mysterious disappearances have increased over the last year, with the nearby town of Erosa and the families that are in charge of commerce in the area, the Amber Council, sounding the alarm to the highest reaches of the Empire. Reports of animal mutilations and sightings of odd creatures in the dark corners of the night haunt the rural area, and leave a chill on any who decide to brave the area without an armed guard. With the surprising speed and without the usual bureaucracy attached to such an undertaking, it was decided a new settlement would be established in the region to the west of Erosa. The settlement, where you all are now, is small, but it's ready to grow with the help of those who can guide it. With any new endeavor, there are individuals and organizations who want to be involved in its shaping for their own benefit, or to watch over others who are involved. It was that calling that brought all of you here today. It's a rainy, gloomy day, but the weather is often less than desirable this far north. You stand just inside the stone wall that acts more of an official entrance to the settlement rather than an effective measure to keep out unwanted visitors. Still, a stern-looking woman paces back and forth under the overhang that protects you and the others around you from the rain. Look, I'm glad you all are here, but I don't like the vague nature of what I've been told about you. We have very specific roles here so far, and you all don't really fit any of those roles. It was determined by interested parties that we needed those who could offer a method of unique problem solving, shall we say. The things plaguing this area have only gotten worse, and we need those who can do more than just swing a sword. We need creative options, because answers have so far eluded us. I know you've all been filing in over the last day, but now that you're here, whether you were sent here or whether you decided to answer the call yourselves, I'd like to know who you are and what you can offer us here at this settlement. And she takes a look around to the group, at all of you standing under this overhang, and she points to a younger-looking gentleman in purple. You, in the purple. Let's start with you. And I'm calling you out a little bit here, Kevin, but let's give me a description of your character and what you'd say to this stern-looking woman who is facing you guys.
Just so you know, your mic was like cutting in and out throughout the entire thing.
That was really, really laggy and crunchy. It just started getting better.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
we messaged in chat, but
I didn't want to say anything. It
I
sounded
don't
so
want to
good.
interrupt.
Oh, you guys know I was in great time. Oh, you got to be kidding me. You guys.
It sounds so much better now.
Okay,
I
is
think
that any better if I put it closer?
that sounds better. I think because we had just started going live, maybe it needed to
Yeah.
fuck, I don't know. It's way better now.
I mean, I pretty much heard the whole story. It would just came in
I got-
weird, crunchy
Yeah,
bits.
I got the gist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
it was beautiful.
Do you guys want me to go back? I'll go back. It was a little long, but I'll go back if you can hear better now and you'd like me to go to.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm set. I got enough out of
Do
that.
you have
Sure.
that printed out or typed up?
Yeah, I'll
It would be really
I'll
nice
post
to
it in
have a
Discord
copy
for
of
you
it.
guys. I'll post it in Discord for you guys.
Sorry,
So-
God.
No, that's okay. I'm sorry, you guys.
It very much reminded me of the Twilight Zone intro. You have this Rod Sterling kind of vibe going. I liked it.
Okay, cool. Well, you guys stand in this new settlement across from a very stern-looking woman. She's got black hair with streaks of gray, held back in a ponytail. She is wearing armor. It is full of officer regalia. It looks like she may be the highest-ranking member here of the Crown's Guard, and she is wearing Crown's Guard garb. For those of you who can recognize that, those insignias here in the Dwendalian Empire. She to go back to what she said. She said that let me get back here so I can repeat at least what she said to you guys. Look, I'm glad you are all here, but I don't like the vague nature of what I've been told about you. We have very specific roles here so far, and you all don't really fit any of those roles. It was determined by interested parties that we needed those who could offer a method of unique problem solving, shall we say. The things plaguing this area have only gotten worse, and we need those who can do more than just swing a sword. We need creative options here because the answers have so far eluded us. I know you have all been filing in over the last day, but now that you're all here, whether you were sent or whether you decided to answer the call, I'd like to know who you are and what you can offer us here at the settlement. That's when
As
she
soon
points
as
over
you started with the accent,
to-
as soon as you started with the accent, it started cracking up.
Yep,
No shit.
Still got
Yeah.
it though. I mean, yeah,
we totally got it, but yeah, it was
Right,
right.
yeah.
Correctly.
that's weird.
I wonder if it's just
Maybe try a different accent. Just kidding. Sorry.
It's like, oh shit, this lady's totally
It's
changed.
just the accent. Okay.
Demon.
Russian.
Oh, I wonder. Okay. Anyways, we'll go with it. Let's go. Let's go with it. She wants to know what you guys have to offer the settlement, and who you are, and what you can do to kind of help get things figured out, and some creative solutions to the problems that are plaguing this area.
And we're starting with
And
me,
she
right?
points to yeah. She points to a young man in purplish garb, and says, "You in the purple. Let's start with you."
So what you see is a 6 foot, kind of white but kind of tannished skin with brilliant blue eyes, human. But as you look closer, his ears are just shaped slightly different, kind of coming to just an ever so point, not like elvish long or anything like that, but just kind of coming to a point there. In his ears, he has multiple rings of metal pierced through his ear and into his eyebrow. And he also has rings on his hands. He has a long cape or cloak with a hood of, I think it's like a deep gray or dark gray, and then he has leather and like leather strapped leather armor of a sort of deeper purplish color, and then under that he has clothing of a dark bluish coming down to a brown leather belt and brown leather boots. And he has next to him, like on his side in a little holster, almost a book. And I believe on his left wrist he has a what looks to be a tattoo of just some sort of design, almost like a dragon design on his left wrist. And next to him, he sits a mastiff dog by the name of Oakley. And if I didn't say it, my dude's name's Milo, by the way, if we haven't figured that out yet. Milo Hawkins here. I'm actually more interested in perhaps some of the magics and runes, or maybe some magic items or research that I might be able to find while I'm here, and maybe bring a little bit of culture and poetry to the land.
So that then is what you have to offer us, is culture and poetry.
I can also do some magic. Look at you, I kind of, yeah. I can do
She kind
stuff.
of gives you a look up and down. Okay. That is something then, I guess. Well, we do have some magics across this area, and that, for all we know, that may be what is going on. So I don't want to count out that might be helpful. We shall see how it goes. And what did you call yourself, sir?
My name is Milo Hawkins.
Milo Hawkins. Welcome to the settlement, Milo. And who would like to go next?
Who's like standing directly next to me?
I'll go next. I'll be standing next to you.
There we go.
All right. So basically, what you see is a rather large-looking elf, pale skin, white hair tied back in a good old man bun. He has the 5 o'clock shadow going on, and then as far as armor, he's wearing plate with some various leather worked in there. Plate has a bronze and steel coloration, and then he is carrying a glaive by his side. And he introduced himself. Name's Varric Florley. And what I bring personally, I represent the Chantry's vested interest in what's going on out here. So I bring a little bit of might, my strength, and some religious backing.
Always good to have in a land where dark magics are creeping through. And do you know how to use that? And she kind of nods to your glaive.
Yes, I'm pretty well trained with this. I know how to use it.
Well, we'll have plenty of opportunities to see if that is true. And I'll tell you guys that the two of you would be standing next to each other. It was kind of almost one of those situations where, like where you walk into a classroom and you see one person that you kind of know, and you don't know anybody else, so at least you go stand over by them. It was this situation in that the two of you do have a little bit of recognition towards each other from your time in Rexentrim, and for a mission that you both had been sent on in the ruins of Schottengrad, working for your respective organizations. And so there wasn't much interaction on that trip as well. And, that's up to you guys to share whether or not you know each other with the rest of the group. But there is some recognition there that you guys have spent some time, at least in the same group. It was a much bigger group. We're talking, a group of 20 to 30 on this one, but you both were in attendance and do at least have a little bit of recognition for each other.
Cool.
Hey, man.
How's it going, man?
Just stand here for the time being until we get more of a lay of the land, I guess.
And what about the rest of you, huh?
I guess I'll go next. So, question is, who am I, right? Right. So, my name is Garcius. I am a rogue, actually, and I am a changeling. So I can change appearance, of course, to look like any of you at will. And I use that along with being a rogue by offering espionage, and I can also gather information very well. So when it comes to trying to find out what's going on in these lands, I think I would offer quite a lot of benefit there in that regard. I do carry 2 daggers, as well as a crossbow, or a short bow, rather. Usually carry it on my back, so I can manage a bit of range as well as some sneak attacks.
Well, there is some concern that the Myriad has returned, or maybe never left Erosa, and there are those who are worried that their influence may spread to the settlement as it grows. So we may lean on you to offer information that we can get to see if the Myriad may be more involved than we would like in this settlement and how it operates.
That's what I'm here for.
And what does your character look like? What's like a physical description of your character?
Oh, yes. So physical, I stand at about 6 foot. Let's see, kind of decently built, semi-athletic. Not the biggest guy in the room, but not the smallest either. Do have a darker complexion, kind of a shorter, but not too short type haircut. Do sport a beard of short length, as to not get caught in many things. Yeah, that's about it.
And I suppose as a changing, I should ask, what is your appearance currently? Because that could change from day to day.
That's my current appearance, but I could be anybody.
Okay. And anybody else care to go?
Say,
3 down, 3 left.
I say I'll go next. All right. So when you look over, what you see is approximately 6 foot in height, around 190, 200 pounds, average size. I am a half elf, and I have about long black, about shoulder length, really flowy, smooth hair, beautiful, with a very deep, radiant green eyes. My skin kind of pale, not pasty, but kind of pale. I don't really have armor. If anything, it would be light leather robes, just regular boots, like light leather armor. I carry in one hand a lute, and on my back I have my hand crossbow strung. I am a bard, and My name is Alivor Railstein, and what I hope to bring to this new settlement is entertainment and a change to build this what might seem like a small settlement now, but hopefully with my help we can make this the new big city.
And you plan to do that with music?
Among other things, but who doesn't like a good tune?
We are in sore need of that here. It is often quite dreary and filled only with work. And so I'm sure there'd be people who would be very happy to have some of that to liven the spirits around here, especially with everything going on.
With that, I will go. And I will say that I love a good tune.
Yes.
My character, you see, is about. She towers over 6 feet tall. She's a very full-figured, what you would think would be proportionate for a woman of that size. She does have ears that come to a point, and she has really striking amber eyes. She's a very deep tan with freckled skin, and on her exposed skin, you can see henna-like tattoos, like coppery henna-like tattoos in filigree and very flora patterns. She's in a dress with an irregular hem and has leather straps across her chest and torso that seem to go to a sling on her back. And from a leather satchel, you can see peeking out what appears to be a very small, delicately carved violin. And at her hip, she has a katana with a monarch butterfly pattern, and the hilt is shaped like a butterfly. And she introduces herself as Amara Akiyama, but she goes by Aki. And she tells this lady of her herbal and alchemical interests, and that she would like to open a bathhouse spa for treating the community with restorative and possibly healing properties. I am also
That
a
is.
I
So
love Demon Slayer.
we will have. There will be plentiful music and festivities to be had, and I'm sure that the relaxing nature of a bathhouse would be welcomed by all. In fact, one of the issues we're having right now is our healer has gone missing and has not been seen for some days. And some
so
have already
sorry to
begun
hear
to fear
that.
the worst, and will be reassured to hear there are others who can step up if need be. And then she looks over to the last member left, and you, the dwarvish one.
Hi, the name's Yohei Deep Delver. You guys would see that he's it's like 4'9". He's got one long braid going across the back of his head, almost like a mohawk style, braided down the back. And he's got a long black beard, braided. He's kind of old. He's 56, so he does look a little older. With that, he says, I served the Empire for quite some time. When I was discharged from the Empire, I took up my new hobby, which is brewing. If you are here, I could.
Cutting out a little bit. I didn't catch that last part.
When I was discharged from the Empire, I took up the hobby of brewing.
Flynn, we can't
So
hear you
you
very well.
have the bar here.
It sounded like you said you took up the hobby of brewing and you're just trying to set up a bar here. There will be many who are glad, as they often are, that there will be more spirits in the area. The mercantile owner and his wife are working on setting up a tavern currently, but we will see how that building actually goes. But it's glad to see those who have been in service of the Empire before continue to use that service to make sure that this area is safe. So I'm glad that we have you all here. There are some dwellings, and she kind of like starts now pointing out to the settlement itself. And I'll go ahead and post this map for you guys in Discord so you can see what the settlement is and what it looks like, and then I'll give you a description here. And real quick, I just wanted to do a quick test on something because I have a theory about the crackly voice on my end. If I am doing this, if I'm looking now, is that currently crackly?
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
And now it's back to not crackly?
No.
Still crackly. Still crackly.
Oh, still crackly.
Oh, that's
Oh,
better.
still-
Wait.
there we go.
You guys, okay, cool. So when
Great,
I look at
great
the
right
program that has my notes in it, I get crackly audio. So, so this is this is gonna be great. We're gonna roll through with this, and I'm gonna see how much I have retained up here in the noggin, so we don't get crackly audio for you guys. Okay, so she kind of points towards the back of the settlement here, and let me post this in Discord so you guys have this map. So you let me get back to this screen so I'm not crackly again. So you look now into the settlement, and what you feel most is just soggy. It's been raining now. It was raining on the trip to get here, and it is not quite the harvest area of the summer. This would be the equivalent of fall on the continent of Wildmount. And so the weather here is starting to get colder, but it's in that intersecting time of year where it's warm and rainy. So you have this muggy feeling. You all kind of feel like a layer of sweat underneath your clothes and rain on the outside, kind of cooling it off. But you look out, and you are under an overhang against this wall that is currently being built at the front of the settlement. And it's more now not ceremonial, but it's more kind of for show that it's being built. They do have guards posted at the front here where there's a gate, but if somebody wanted to, they could just walk 200-300 feet around and go to the end of it. But you guys are on what's technically the inside of the wall, sitting on the underhang, and you look out now to the settlement, and it's very modest. There's not much to it right now. If you went to summer camp as a kid, it's almost kind of that vibe. It's these very new houses that are just being built, not anything with very fine artistry or artisan work to it yet. It is just getting something up so that you can start to establish the area and start to do your work and start getting this place into more than just a settlement, into being a town, and from there growing even more. And so you look directly to your right, and you see a small stable area, and there's an older woman there with a younger dwarf who are working with some horses, making sure that the woman is brushing some horses while the dwarf is running one of them around on a rope. It looks like he's maybe trying to break one and train it a little bit. And then you look over and you see an open-aired building that looks like you can see even from here the coals and the sparks and the ting tink of a hammer hitting steel, as there's probably a smith in this building here. And then you look almost out from your 11 o'clock where you're at, and you see almost like it kind of reminds you of like a feed store slash market. It's almost that vibe of if you're driving down and you see a farm with a shop on the side of the road that's there. It's got two large doors that open, and on the inside you can see fruits and vegetables and shelves with different items on there, lanterns, simple things. This must be the mercantile shop that the woman in front of you just mentioned. And then you see past that the dwellings, the simple dwellings. These are the most basic of them, 10 by 10. It has a roof and walls, and that is about it. And it seems to be that there's the most of those in the far corner. That seems to be where most of the people here are staying. And there are, if you follow the horizon to your right, you see some tents. They look like they might be holding the Crownsguard here. You do see, dressed in their red with their large shields and their armor, a few Crownsguard who have been walking around the town, mostly just patrolling. But there are some that you see every now and then moving a box from one building to another, or going from one of the tents and taking supplies out. You see them just going out past the settlement. And then in the middle of it all, there's a well, and that looks like the central point of town. Currently, there are a line of 2 or 3 people waiting to use it, and it seems that this is the only way to currently get water, and so it is probably one of the places where people congregate the most, especially with it being in the center of town. And you look back to this woman and who's in front of you, who's been speaking to you all, and she says, "My name is Lumini. I am the captain who is in charge of the Crown's Guard here. We have many different types of people who have shown up to help with the settlement. We do have multiple carpenters. We have one who is an artisan carpenter and one who is a little bit more, shall we say, still learning, but very capable in his ability to get up new buildings. He's in charge of making our labor dwelling as it stands. We do have a smith, but he works mostly on things to help with construction. We don't really want to have him making weapons. The only ones here so far who have needed weapons are the Crown's Guard, although there have been some who have brought their own from Erosa or wherever they decide to come from. We do have a butcher. We do have, there are a few hunters who stay around. They often are outside of the settlement in tents that they erect themselves. But there are those who go out and collect meat. We do have about, I'm not sure what the exact number is currently, but we have 20 to 30 laborers who simply work with the stonemasons. We have 2 stonemasons who are helping to build the wall. But that is our modest settlement currently. That is what we're working with. And now all of you to help make us into something that is more than we might have expected. That is what we're hoping, at least. There are some concerning things that have been happening. I mentioned earlier our cleric who has gone missing. She was last seen in a lake about 15 miles from here named Daggermore. She was off collecting some salve, herbs for salves to make a poultice for somebody who had had an injury here. I know that she also needed some spell components, but I don't know if that's what she was going out for either. We did have a couple others who had had odd reports from out at the Daggermore. It is an area that has some very rare plants that are often sought out for cooking and for odd spell component type uses. I'm not a magic user myself, so I'm not sure of what it really would be. But there are those around town who might be able to give you those reports of what happened to them. I believe there was one of the hunters who was frightened by some unseen force. And then as well, one of the laborers went out to forage for themselves and mentioned seeing an odd beast in the area that they were also very frightened of. It's very odd. I did not have a chance to talk to them myself, but you might be able to get more information out of them. As it is in some places, the Clowns Guard aren't really seen as the most trusted in the area, despite offering the protection to these people. There was also another, I did not catch wind of this personally, but there was a farmhand out from the Silver Sage Farms. It's about 5 miles north of here, and a young farmhand named Karsten said that one of the giant goats that they raised escaped from its pen, and they found it slaughtered, torn to pieces. And it's not something small that is able to do that. It must have been a large creature that killed one of those giant goats. They are quite strong beasts. And then, of course, unfortunately, as is the case in places that are far away from the towns where we can keep guard, there is a bridge that crosses over to the Velen Thicket. The river there is not able to be passed. It is almost down in a little canyon and is quite hard. However, there's been a simple bridge that was constructed to help loggers get to the Velen Thicket. It is currently beset by bandits who are trying to convince those that they offer protection to those who are crossing the bridge. Most have chosen to just pay the gold to them so that they can get through and get what they need to done. But it would be nice if somebody let them know that their antics will not be tolerated anymore now that the settlement is drawing near to where they decide to make their con obvious. And she points to, yes, you, the one raising your hand.
What did you say? We're at the bridge? Bandits?
Bandits who call themselves, I don't know, freedom fighters, probably. Those who fight for the poor. But in all reality, they probably fight for themselves.
Are there those that would oppose the Crown's Guard? You said that, forgive me, I'm not from here. You said that there are those who do not trust the Crown's Guard?
Well, it is a matter of us being the authority and them wanting to do what they want. There's nobody here who is openly hostile to the Crown's Guard. At least none that we know of. If it was that obvious and they were that hostile towards us, then we would make sure that it was dealt with. But I would say that, especially in the Zemni fields, where a lot of the farmers and ranchers prefer to do things on their own, there is a general mistrust of the Crown's Guard. The Righteous Brand might have a little bit more pull, not being servants of the king himself, but there is none who oppose us being here, at least none in the settlement proper.
The Righteous Brand you mentioned? What is that?
The Righteous Brand, the army of the Dwendalian Empire.
Ah, I see. And earlier you mentioned something called the Myriad that you think may be behind these disturbances. Can you elaborate on what that is?
It is a theory. It is one that I don't necessarily put credence into myself, but Erosa was the historical home of the Myriad. It is where they set up their very first roots. Their foundations are out of Erosa.
I see.
They are
indigenous people of this land?
They are a criminal organization.
Oh.
They exist to subvert the plans of the Empire, to steal from those who earn their money rightfully, and to, in general, retrieve any ill-gotten gains in any way that they can. They have publicly been out of Erosa for well over a decade, but there are some who believe that the Myriad may be back in Erosa, and if so, it would be hard to believe that their influence did not spread across the Zemni fields.
I glance up from where I'm taking notes in my journal, and I look up. You mentioned a farmhand by the name of, what was that?
Coston.
Coston.
Karston.
And then two others. You said that there was a hunter and a laborer. Do you know their names by chance?
I don't know their names, but they have been giving fantastical tales across the settlement. One of them was one of the hunters. I do know that. There are only 3 hunters, and it was not the female one with the wolves. Aswin. Aswin is her name. It was not Aswin. It was one of the other 2.
Not Aswin. Got it.
Not
as I pretend to kind of like write that down as I close the book.
Did we get the name of the cleric that has gone missing?
The name of the cleric is Raysha, Raysha.
I thought you were going to say Pelmy.
Nope. That'd be a crossover, huh?
Right.
She goes, there have been one of each of the cabins set aside for you. You all have one for yourself if you would like to use that to stay in, or you can spend your time in a tent outside of town. There are many who do that as well. Some prefer the nature to the settlement. We do not, like I said, we do not have a tavern yet. It is currently one being built by the merchant and his wife. But there is a large tavern about 3 miles east of town called the Shouting Sail. If you head directly east, you won't be able to miss it. That is often where, if somebody desires a drink and they don't want to just buy some of the mead at the mercantile shop, that they will head to the Shouting Sail. It's a rowdy place, but they'll get you drunk.
Ah, sounds like my kind of place.
Sounds like a place where we might hear some of these fantastic tales.
Just look for the ship in the middle of the land.
I see. Well, thank you for your welcoming and your hospitality.
Thank you all for being here, for helping. We need... I don't know what it is. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there is something going on here. People can feel it. There's something just at the edges that wants to make its way in. I hope you all can help us find it. Now, I have many things to attend to, but I will be in my tent in the back of the settlement this evening. If anybody has anything that they wish to speak with me about, or if they have any questions to ask. But if that is it, then I will take my leave. And she nods to all of you, and she turns away. As she turns away, she kind of puts her hand on the hilt of her sword, and with her armor, it's that really nice armor. She's got a long red cloak, but she's got a long sword that, as she turns and walks away, it's this really nice ornate sheath that you can now see the full design on. And she heads towards the back of the settlement, leaving you all around in a group to speak with each other, move on to the different parts of the settlement, or do whatever you would like. So, for the first time, I ask the group, what would y'all like to do?
Would anyone like to go check out that, what was it, the Screaming Sail?
The Shouting Sail.
I know. That was a little in
Oh, sorry.
No, I wrote it down.
Bad.
I would absolutely love to.
Sign me up for the tavern.
Let me get back.
What do you think, Johan?
Right now it's about, we'll say like noon. It's not super late in the day, but it is a 3-mile trek to get there. So, by the time you guys get there, it might be a little bit, yeah. What was that?
I wonder if we could rent some horses from the stable.
Yeah, you guys are yards away from the stable master, so.
Okay. I'd like to go over there. Anybody else?
I'm going to follow her. She seems like she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, I'm following her as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do that.
The stable master and ask him if he has, let's see, 5 mounts.
Okay, so you approach this stable, and right when you do, you've got that smell right away. You've got that smell of hay and road apples, and just you get like that smell of dust and horse, and it just like as you get closer, it just all assaults you right in the face. And there's nobody. There was the dwarf who was outside doing some training with one of the horses. And you see him, but there's also here 2 barn doors that are open, and you see the stable master. It is a she. She is probably about mid-30s, hair in a simple ponytail. She has like very like thick boots. They look like they're probably waterproof boots on that are just covered in mud, and she is throwing some hay into one of the horse stalls. She's got very simple clothing, not nearly anything as ornate as the captain was wearing, as Captain Lumini was wearing. But she sees you all in the doorway and kind of gives a nod and invites you in if you'd like to come speak with her.
I would like to speak with her about, hello. Sorry to interrupt you. You look definitely hard at work. We were wondering if you had some horses that we could possibly rent from you. We'd like to go to the tavern nearby.
horses for rent. Yes. No need to apologize. That is what we are here for. Yes. You. Um. Are all of you going together? If you'd like, we could have a couple horses on a cart or a wagon, and you could all go that way. That might be cheaper than 5 horses.
What do you guys think?
Cheaper's
The
nice.
wagon sounds like the best.
Yeah,
bet.
it sounds like the
how
play.
cheap?
Mm.
How cheap are we talking here, ma'am?
Well, how long would you like to be keeping these animals?
Probably just till late evening, and if you'd like, I'm able to turn them out when we get back. I don't want to keep you all night.
Well, that's fine. Roll a persuasion check.
Okay, so that'd be my D20, and then. Sorry, I'm new to this desktop.
I got a
Yeah,
24.
so persuasion would be in the middle.
Persuasion. Do you see it?
Same.
Ah,
I got a 24.
All right, rolling.
Okay.
I got a 19
So-
plus 6.
A 19 plus 6, so 25. So, and Alivor, if you're rolling persuasion 2 to try and help, those are both really high. But Alivor, what would you say also to try and discuss pricing with this stable master?
Say, I know you gotta make your money and everything. I completely understand that, but is there any way you could give us a little discount? Maybe we could do a little favor for you when we get back. Help you out a little bit.
Yeah, so yeah, with the offer of putting them away and with that and the super high rolls that you guys have, she says, well, what about this? I'll tell you all what. Where are you all going? You need it for a night. You're all going to the sale, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course, right. I figured. Well, let's do this. Why don't we call it 5 silver pieces for taking our horse and wagon for the night? And at that discounted rate, and what would normally be 15 silver pieces, there are 2 horses there from 2 of the laborers who ran off and have been at the sale for at least 2 or 3 days. I would imagine they're being kept there. I hope they're being fed. If not, I will have more than just words with them when they get back. But if you could retrieve those horses and bring them back with you, I'd offer the discounted price to get into town.
Would
Is
be
there any way that we would be able to identify these horses? Are they branded, or do they come to a certain call? Just so that we would know for sure that it was them.
Yes, the saddles that they're wearing are emblazoned with my standard, and she kind of shows you. And it's like a L and a S, and there's kind of like a carrot going this way in the middle and a carrot going the other way. So it's kind of almost like a not a like intersecting lines quite, but it's very distinct. She says, yes, on the saddles they will have this. That is what shows they're my property. I guarantee they were too drunk to change anything about it, so you are free to claim them and bring them back. They're friendly. They're trained. I'd just like to have them back as soon as possible.
We would be more than happy to retrieve those.
Oh no, I said the term carrot, and I was meaning like just the sideways V, but now it's actual carrots. That is now canon. That is actual. It is actual carrots. Crossed behind the L and S. Just like the things coming to a point, but sideways.
No, the carrot's
Oh.
better.
But that is better. It's carrot. It's actual carrots now, so that's better.
I thought because they're horses, they were real carrots.
No, that's perfect. I should have realized that using that word was the wrong word to use, especially when talking to somebody who works with horses.
Why did I draw a picture of it?
Okay, she goes, all right, well, I'll let Red know. He'll bring out a horse and a wagon or 2 horses and a wagon for you all. And if you don't come back, then the next person who comes through needing a horse, I will send them after you. And I will not be as kind with you as I am being right now.
Sounds
So
great.
make sure they see their way back to me.
What was your name?
My name is Lorena.
Aki, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And the the rest of you as well, welcome to the settlement. It is nice to see some new faces around here.
Thank you. All right.
All right. So, who is giving her the
So I
pieces?
imagine she's gonna saddle up those horses to the cart.
Yeah, she's doing that. And well, she goes and gets Red, the dwarf. You guys, the only other person it could be is that dwarf who's out there. He stops running the horse around and comes in, and it's about 5 or 10 minutes. He brings out the horse and carriage and says, "All right, here they are. Payment, please. I was told 5 silver pieces was what was arranged with Lady Lorena."
So
Right.
what if
So
we each grab a silver piece?
Yeah.
No.
I say how many gold pieces per silver pieces? I don't know the
10
conversion here.
10 silver pieces, a gold piece.
Okay, so I'm going to 1 gold piece, remove a gold piece, and
Um,
put 9
like
silver
to ask-
pieces. Okay,
I would
I
like to
passed
ask,
up my silver coin.
sorry. I would like to ask this dwarf, Red, was it?
Mhm.
If he has any oats or alfalfa or sugar cubes that I could have, or like an apple to sweeten the deal when I'm trying to, like, once we find the other horses.
Aye, we got some of that. It's not a bad idea. Sure. And he just grabs. It's like already on his belt. He just detaches it and says,
Yeah.
this should help.
Great.
They're nice. They're nice horses. Very very nice disposition.
And what were
Trained
their
them myself.
names?
We don't get very creative with the names around here. And he kind of looks a little bit embarrassed, but I got to make sure to not use the name from the other game because that's the first thing that's popping up in my head. One of them is Runner, and the other is Green.
Green.
Green, like the color.
Okay. Great.
Great
And
names.
what were their colorways?
They are
For whatever reason, their saddles are off.
they're both brown with a black mane and a black tail.
Okay. Great.
Seeing her do the transaction with the food kind of reminds me to run back inside.
Mhm.
Do you have any food that would be acceptable for this young guy right here? As I point over to Oakley.
She kind of looks over at the dog, and you see, like, on the side of her face, it's like a smile crack.
I kind of see it,
And
and I was
she-
like, "Go on!" And I like point to her, and he like takes off.
Okay, and she goes down and she's, "Oh, puppy, hey, puppy. Oh, yeah, who's a good boy? Yes, you're a good boy. Yes, you are." He goes, "No, I don't have any feed here, but at the mercantile store, I'm sure they'll have something. If not, the butcher may have scraps that he'll sell to discount as well that I'm sure this great puppy would love to have."
I think he'll appreciate that. Hey, I appreciate the information. As I kind of like walk out the door,
You're very
and
welcome.
I go, Oakley, come on, pup. And
Yep, yep.
Yep, there you go. You guys walk back out, and the rain has stopped just a little bit. It's not raining so heavily anymore, but it's that real soggy mud. You know, every step you take is gonna, it's just like, sinking in a little bit. But on the main paths of this settlement that have been obviously more walked, it is at least a little bit more packed in. So if you stay on that kind of main trail area, it's not too bad. But otherwise, you kind of look down, and your boots of whether it's armor or just regular leather boots are starting to get pretty caked in mud at this point. But you have now a couple horses and a wagon, and it is just past midday. What else would you guys like to do?
I'm just gonna hop in the wagon, sit up in the front seat, and just strum on my lute, just waiting for everyone to show up. Just
I'm
a nice
also
little
going to sit up
practice.
front. I'd like to have the reins, and I also want to sit next to my fellow bard.
Okay.
She can drive. I will play music. That's
Okay.
sweet.
That sounds great.
that mercantile place that she was talking about is like right to the left.
It is. That is the one that is. Let me look at the map here. That is the first one on the left on the split. So if you go out
Okay.
from the gate and turn on that first left, that first building there, is the mercantile.
Yeah, I'm gonna head over there if I can. Just
For sure. Just a second.
I'd like to give the horses that are pulling our cart a couple of the treats that Red gave me. Like just kind of give their muzzles a little tickle, and maybe depending on how long we wait, I start like braiding one of them's mane.
So Alivor, go ahead and give me a performance check, and then Aki, give me a animal handling check as well.
Okay.
Oof, I got an 11 on my performance.
11.
Ugh.
Okay.
Yeah, not the
I
best.
got a 12.
A 12.
I'm
Okay.
not-
Still kind of mid rolls. So because you guys are doing this at the same time, a 12 is enough to spook the horses. You know, they're apprehensive. You know, you're a new person to them. So they're not like nuzzling up against you, but they take the treat and they're friendly. They look like they're ready to go and will take the commands just fine. And
Can I
with the
roll
performance
advantage
check,
if
you
I
play a
have
nice
treats?
tune.
Can I roll advantage if I
Uh,
have treats?
not quite.
No,
Not quite.
okay,
Not on this
alright.
one. Maybe.
Okay.
But the performance check, you play an okay tune. You know, you're maybe a little tired from the journey getting into the settlement, but it's nice. And you do notice a couple of the guards turn their head when they see you playing and kind of give a little bit of like, you know, nodding to the beat, a little happy to have any kind of music here in the settlement.
Say, nothing specific, just tuning the loot.
Doing some scales.
Yeah,
And
Just
what
get
about
ready.
Anyway,
what about
here's
anybody?
wonderful.
Yeah, so we got Milo going to the mercantile. Does anybody else want to go with him?
Yeah, I was gonna go with him.
Okay.
So,
Now that I'm in the wagon, I'd like to like bust out my viol and maybe like tune it up a little bit and play with him.
Okay.
Ooh.
So give me a performance check with him, and then Yohei, what are you doing? Are you staying with the carriage or going to the shop?
I'll be climbing in the back of the wagon,
Back of the wagon? Okay, got it. Doing anything particular or just kind of kicking back?
just hanging out.
Listening to the tunes?
Be like,
I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. So Alivor, you're playing the song and it's going really nice. It's going really well. You know, it's okay. And then Aki comes in with her violin, starts giving some, you know, additional orchestral music to it, and it's real nice at this point. And you start to see not just the guards, but a couple of other people who just, you know, random people from the town start coming to look. You see Red stop for a moment and kind of put his arms on the fence of the stable area there and just listen. Yeah, quite a lot of people come in to gather around and listen. It's pretty nice. So Garcius, Varric, and Milo, you guys. So it's open doors in, so you don't have to push into the doors or anything. And as you walk in, you get the smell of like walking through a produce section at the grocery store. You're kind of hit with like, you know, a lot of aromatics. You smell heavy garlic, heavy onions. And at this point, you know, there's for fall, you've got, you know, different peas and you know, apples, and each of them has like a little piece of a scroll in front of them that says what type of produce they are. And there are a couple people in here. It looks like this wraps around all the way, and there's different things throughout all of the different store. But you can tell that the way the counter is set up to pay, they can see from the door. And as you walk in, you see a curly haired. He's got black curly hair, which isn't that typical in the Dwendalian Empire. But you see black curly hair, a guy who's wearing it's a light green tunic with a kind of a gray overcoat above it. And he looks to the group, and as he sees the three of you walk in, he gets a big smile on his face. And says, "Hey, new faces into the shop. Good to see you. Anything I can get for you today? I always like to see new people."
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys had any traveling rations for myself and my fuzzy companion here.
Oh, hey, make sure that dog doesn't eat anything, huh?
Just sit there, Oakley.
Does he actually listen to you? Because I'll
sits
charge you
there-
for anything he
He
eats.
just sits down and like looks between me and him.
Okay.
Sits down
Roll
next
an
to the
animal
door.
handling check.
Animal handling check. It's probably not my best one. It's a 13.
A 13? That's enough. Yeah, he listens and he's just going to sit there. You see him kind of turn and go. I mean, he's tall, tall enough that he can. But he's just
don't
he's
do
just
it.
getting a sniff. He's just getting a sniff. And you see the guy behind the counter kind of nod his head. And he goes, "Yeah, we got rations. We probably got something that your dog can eat too. Does it have any? I don't know. Does it have a dietary restriction? I don't know about your dog."
What's does the rations that we're getting look very different from what a dog would eat?
he hasn't pulled anything out yet, but I would say that there for really like rough and tumble rations, there'll be different tiers, like hardtack versus jerky, but I'm sure the dog
What am I looking at here?
Right now he hasn't pulled anything out. He says, all right, so let's see. And he kind of gets out from behind the counter and he walks over to this section that has a bunch of dried meats. He goes, I think dogs like me. I don't think there's any that can eat. But yeah, we got jerkies here. You got jerkies. I don't know. We got nuts. Does your dog like nuts? How about... And he's just kind of like looking through. But yeah, I mean, some jerky would be fine for the dog if that's what you want to get.
Yeah,
He looks confused about... He doesn't often. It doesn't often have people coming and asking for dog food.
give me 5 days of jerky for 2.
All right, 5 days of jerky for 2.
How much would that cost me, you think?
Well, let's see. Jerky's not too bad. Well, here it's kind of hard to get. We don't have a lot of jerky made. That'd be a goal for 5 days.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I can do that.
It's
I
great.
appreciate you, sir.
I appreciate you. And what about you two? You guys are new too.
Yeah. What other type of rations do you have besides the jerky? What do you have more of?
I mean, we got like hardtack. We've got different fruits. We got lots of fruits. We've got the best fruits from all of the Zemni fields, all right here. We've got, and he shows like there's apples and plums and different citrus. And really, this whole side has a ton of different food, and you can see grains. You can if you wanted to like take flour or something even. There's different beans that could be cooked up. There's a surprising amount of selection for what you can take in terms of stuff that's dried. He points like to the jerky, to the hardtack, to like some breads. Oh yeah, we got a whole bunch of bread over here, but 5 days might get stale, but it's good. It's real good. Made by my wife. She's real good. She bakes them the best. So he's got that. So there's quite a bit of stuff that you can buy. And he's just like, every single item to this guy is the best item. Yeah, these are the best apples I've ever seen. Oh, except for these over here. I had these. These are the best. You got to try these. And he's just like amped up about everything that he has.
I didn't even ask for his name. What is your name, sir?
Mishan.
Mishan. That's an interesting name.
Yeah. You're an interesting person.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think I'll go ahead and get a mixture. I'll get a few days of like fruit and then some of the hardtack.
Okay.
Yeah.
So hardtack's cheaper. 5 days worth of that. We're talking. He goes, for that, less expensive than the jerky. We'll say we got 5 silver for 5 days worth for you. And he looks over to Garcius. And what about you, friend? What do you want today?
I could actually go for about 5 days worth of jerky, and let me grab some garlic and a little bag of beans as well.
Man who knows how to cook. I like it. Yeah. So
I tap him on the shoulder too, and I'm like, that's good choices right there. I already like you.
He goes,
I know
all
I'm
of
not there, but y'all better tip this guy.
He goes, all right, all that for you. We got hardtack, we got garlic. Let's go 7 silver for all that.
7 silver. Think I can get that any cheaper by chance?
Okay.
Rolling a hard bargain, huh? All right. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
All right. Roll a 10.
A 10. Let me see what he rolls. He got a natural 20. Oh no, sorry, friend. We are just getting started here. My wife, she's so pretty. She's out back helping get the tavern set up, and I'd love to give you a discount, but she would kill me, friend. She would kill me. So yeah, seven's got to be the price today.
All right, let's do 7.
All right, 7 it is. He goes, so you all that new group who came into town, huh? The one who's going to be looking into what's going on.
We are actually. You wouldn't happen to know anything about some of the happenings that were kind of centered around this Raisha, this missing cleric of the settlement? Maybe that hunter that was talking about some things, or the laborer who was seeing a very large and strong monster.
And he kind of gets a little quieter now. His face gets less enthusiastic than it has been so far. You see his shoulders kind of drop a little bit too. Raisha.
Just here to help. Just here to help.
I know. I desperately hope Raisha's okay. I desperately hope she's okay. She was a friend. She was a friend. I don't know why she went out there. I don't know. But she can hold her own. She can hold her own. So I hope she's okay. I hope you find her if you're looking for her. I'm glad you're asking. I'm glad you're asking. I don't know much else. I know the other the hunter, Yoraz. He runs around with Lonusa. Yoraz, he's not a kind guy, huh? You know what I mean? He's a real mean guy. He's a real stoic guy. Nothing scares him. I saw him on his horse ride into town with the look I've never seen on his face. Something really scared him. Something really scared him. Lonusa didn't see it though, but he was real scared.
So it was just the Yoraz who saw it?
Yoraz saw it. I don't think Lonusa believes him, to be honest.
You didn't
How
happen
long
to
ago
talk
was
to
this?
Let's see. The first thing happened a couple weeks ago. They were, I want to say last week, 6 days? It was 6 days ago? I think. You'll have to ask them. You know, the days all kind of blend together. You know what I mean? Huh? And he slaps the back of Garcius, who's last. Just like,
And so Yoraz was the hunter. You wouldn't happen to know the name of the laborer who had been talking about something similar, did you?
No, I don't. They haven't come in here. I don't know them. No.
Okay.
Everybody's friends in this
Perfect.
settlement, but I don't know who it was. I heard the story though. I think he said some kind of fire dog or something is what he saw.
Fire dog.
Some kind of fire dog, something like that.
That sounds exciting. Well, if you do hear anything else, we are going to try and go find your friend Raisha. So seek us out if you hear anything that might help.
Hey, you know, I could sell information too. Information is just as good as all this stuff on these shelves, huh? My information's the best, I'll tell you what.
Does your information get cheaper if the person missing is your friend? I put in quotation marks.
Oh, shots fired.
Yeah, psychic damage right there. He goes, if you're looking for Raisha, I'll help you. I'll tell you anything I find about her.
Appreciate it.
You just try and find her, please.
I'm gonna open my
He
bag.
looks a little sullen. He doesn't look insulted, but it was kind of like it disarmed him a little bit and made it. You know, he's obviously a guy who tries to keep things up and high energy.
all about perspective as I like shove a little jerky into my bag. Close it up.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to lighten the mood. Michonne, you're a good guy. We appreciate you.
Hey, you're a good guy too. I appreciate all of you. I'm glad you're here. We're all gonna be friends. We're all gonna be friends. He's like, all right, well, if there's nothing else you want, get out. I need other people to shop in here.
See you later, Mishan.
Yeah.
Hey, bye. These guys are the best, huh? And he's like talking to another customer who he knows, like, yeah, I told you, they're the best, man. and you head back out back to a little bit of drizzle this time. It's like Pacific Northwest weather. You guys know how it is who live up here. It's rainy, and then it's not, and then it's sunny, and then 5 minutes later it's cloudy. But it's still that soggy, that soggy, gloomy day, and you can feel almost the heaviness that everybody here, even though they're trying to keep their spirits up, as you talk to these different people, that there's a weight on them, that they're feeling not secure in what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk. What else was to the left of the marketplace?
Left of the marketplace, that other building there is the butcher.
Butcher. I think I'm good. I think I'm gonna go ahead and turn around and head back over to the cart.
Yeah.
Same.
Got it. You head back to the scene of Aki and Alivor, one playing the lute, one playing the viol.
I meant to tell you that I didn't add my proficiency bonus to that dirty 20, which I would, right? Since I'm proficient in the viol.
Well, it will automatic. Oh, it should. You should be proficient in performance already, right?
Yeah, I'm proficient in performance, but then I also have a +2 to proficiency bonus, and I'm proficient in the viol.
It should
Viol.
automatically add it, right?
Yeah, it should automatically add it in.
Yeah.
To my performance.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
So,
all right, I
well,
just
it
wanted to
kind of
make
be. It would kind of be like it would. It's already rolled into that. You're
Oh.
already getting proficiency bonus.
Dang,
Does it
you're
have like,
already showing me up.
does it have that little filled-in circle next to it?
It's like a circle with a circle around it. It's like a circle.
Yeah,
inside
yeah.
the circle.
Yeah,
Okay,
should be good.
cool. I just wanted to make sure
Oh, totally. Yeah.
because I was looking at my proficiencies. Okay, all right. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's totally okay. And let's see, Yohei, how are you vibing right now as everybody walks up to the carriage? How are you vibing in the back of the cart?
Is the settlement close to like a large body of water?
Not really.
There is a
Here,
river
let me.
nearby.
Yeah, there is a river a few miles to the
It's not like
west.
visible though.
No, definitely
Oh, so
not.
then yeah, the vibe's not cool, man. Just
Okay,
kind of angrily chilling.
angrily chilling, tense. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we talking like muttering under your breath about how shitty things are going right now? Or are we talking just like sullen face, like single word responses type thing?
Yeah, soul and face, single word.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. So I see him like that in the back, and I turn around and I say, "Lighten up, man. It's a great day. We're about to go to the tavern, have a great time, few drinks."
Not unless you have a tub to splash him in.
There's literal water from the sky.
Can I?
Oh, that's so cute. I just realized that. He loves water and I want to build a bathhouse.
That's great.
Anything for you.
With prestidigitation, can I just squirt a jet of water onto him?
Big.
Can you generate water with that way?
I don't know. It's like it's just a whole bunch of stuff. So puff of wind. Came of soil. I don't think no. What about thaumaturgy?
I think that falls a little more into the shape water cantrip.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, no, never mind. I'm gonna hit him with a gust of wind then. Just a current jet of air. Just
So you see your beard just kind of like goes up to the side for a second and then falls back down.
Is this helping at all?
Does it smell like the sea air?
Can I make it smell like the sea air with prestidigitation?
Oh, I'll say that's well within the realms of
I'm
prestidigitation.
gonna tweak that into
For sure.
sea air.
For sure.
So yeah, you would see kind of like a smirk.
And I think I can layer it too because it's cold too. I think I get 3, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
So cold sea air for sure.
Yeah, you would definitely see a smirk. Big old.
just hold my arm here for a little while, I guess.
How long does that last? Concentration up to 10 minutes?
Well, it's a cantrip, so really.
It's a cantrip, so just as long as I wanted to, yeah.
Dope.
Okay, cool. So does anybody want to do anything else before you guys head off to the shouting sail?
Oh, good.
No? Good?
Hop the wagon, good to go.
Yeah, hop
Okay.
in the wagon.
Okay. So you guys get into the wagon. If I remember correct, Aki was driving.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so go ahead and roll an animal handling check, just so I get a general vibe of how well the horse handling goes well on this trip.
Okay. 11.
11. Okay.
Can I help her
Not
be
terrible.
proficient with land vehicles?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and roll with advantage, or you can roll as well, Yohei, if you'd like. If you guys want to do it together, or Aki can roll with advantage, however you want to do it.
I'd rather you roll with advantage.
You'd rather me roll with advantage, so re-roll that? Okay. That was better. I got a 18.
So kind of like
18. Okay.
I noticed she's a little struggling, so I kind of like peek over the side, and I'm like, if you hold the reins like this, it tends to help.
Okay. And yeah, just a little adjustment, and you can feel as you do that, the horses kind of they start getting a little extra giddy up. They start moving a little faster. With the 18, that'll speed up the trip a little bit, so it
Okay.
won't be quite as long. But you guys get there in just enough time. Do you have something you wanted to?
Yeah, while we were taking off or getting started, can I just keep an eye out for anybody who might look like they might be Yoraz, Lanusa, the two hunters, or I don't know, a nervous-looking laborer, or a guy named Costin. Just a white dude with overalls and a pitchfork.
Just nervous people.
In a farmer's van.
It's got like
yeah.
you know, the
So
grass in his
roll
mouth.
me
He's like
a
spitting out some
perception check.
tobacco.
I think you muted yourself.
Yeah, you're muted.
There we go. I was gonna roll real dice, but it's just too difficult.
Your call. However you want to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
17.
17. Okay. So you
Okay,
don't
that's what
see
maybe
them
later.
specifically, but you do on the way out of town, probably after about 5 minutes, you do see probably about like 200 yards off of the trail, like the path that you guys are going on. It's just a very basic, like just a dirt road. It's not, paved or cobblestone or anything, but it's enough that there's two little rows where you can take the wagon wheels on and the horses can ride on. And about 200 yards off to the left, as you're leaving, about 5 to 10 minutes in, you do see two tents that are out there. You do remember that they had mentioned that Luminia had mentioned that the hunters stay outside of town. They don't stay inside of town. So it
Correct.
could be them. With it only being two tents, it is more likely to be them, but you're not sure. It could be laborers who just are out camping basically and wanted to come out a little further. But
I'm
also
like-
with it being in the middle of the day, it's a little less
I'm
potential.
gonna like stick my elbow kind of into the side of or the plate armor of Varric and be like, "Hey, man," and just like nudge him until he kind of reacts, just continually. Hey,
Yeah. What's going on?
hey,
What's going on?
hey, those hunters, they might be out there. If as you said, Lumini, right? Lumini was the one that told us about that.
Yeah, Captain
Lumini
Lumini.
had told us that the hunters were stationed outside of the village. So if we wanted to talk to him about that missing cleric, that might be a place to check after we're done with our tavern brawl.
Do
Crawl.
you want to do it
Crawl,
on the
not
way,
brawl.
or
Oh boy! Here we go.
Freudian slips. That's up
So you
to.
wanna-
That's up to.
yeah?
Hey guys, and the hunters might be over there. Do you guys want to like divert or come back?
I mean, it is the reason we're here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're here to gather info, so.
Yeah.
Looks like I am outnumbered, so off we go.
Now it would be a
Third
little
water.
tough to take. It would be a little tough to take the horses off of the trail to go meet them, but it's not terribly far. 200 yards away. You guys can either leave the horses on the path, or you can move them just a little bit off the road, like attach them to a tree or something if you'd like. But that is your call. I will ask: is everybody going to meet up with the hunters?
I'll stay with the horses because
Okay.
I don't think it's wise to leave them.
Okay.
And I'll fiddle around with my fiddle.
Okay, got it.
right,
Roll.
I'm staying
Roll
with
me a-
her.
You stay with her? Okay.
Yeah.
Are you going to be playing also?
No, I'm just gonna sit back and watch because she obviously showed me up back in the town. So I'm gonna sit back, watch, and learn.
Okay. So, Aki, go ahead and roll me a performance check then for this iteration of your playing.
So I rolled a natural 20. So that is a 28.
28. Okay. You
Yeah.
play this beautiful, beautiful tune. And as the rest of the group is heading off to go speak to the hunters, you hear this just beautiful, haunting melody coming from Aki's viol. And it is almost sad and longing, but also hopeful all at the same time. And
like
it seems that it's yeah, right, there you go. And it seems that even the horses enjoy the music, and they are so it is so good, and even the horses enjoy it, that any more animal handling checks get advantage while you have them before you return them to the stable master.
Yay!
Ooh, let's go.
Thank you.
All right, so how and the rest of the four are going then? Varric, Garcius, Yohei, and Milo.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go.
Indeed.
How are you guys approaching? Is what I want to ask.
I got Oakley right out in front of me.
Okay.
I'll be behind Milo.
I'll be a little off to the right.
Off to the right. Okay. And Yohei, how are you rolling in with them?
I'd like to be kind of close to the front.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a cartwheel and be like, there's no reason why I should be in front of a plate wearing guy, and I'm gonna roll behind Barry.
And I'm gonna take my shield, trying to take my
Oakley,
shield
get
off
back
my
over
back.
here. Get
Okay,
back over
cool.
here with me. And I'm gonna fall in behind Varric instead of in front of him.
Okay. Okay. Got it. So we got Yohei and Varric towards the front, Garcius to the back right with Milo a little in front of him. Do you still want to send Oakley out in front, Milo?
No, I just want him right in front of me, like right
in front
at
of
the
you.
heel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noted. Got it. Okay. So you guys all move forward. How as you get closer, you see these tents. They are just like basic green canvas tents. They don't seem like they're anything spectacular or comfortable. They're just held up by, kind of two poles with stakes on the side. There are two of them though. Nobody is outside, but it does look like there is a small fire pit that was made right outside of the tents. And you can see that there's still a light bit of smoke coming off the embers that was probably left over from the night before when they had a fire. But as you approach, you get a little bit closer. Nobody really comes out. I would say we're up to about like 30 feet away from the tents at this point. Still nobody has come out. How are you guys trying to approach quietly or?
Yeah, probably quietly, but I just want to kind of take a quick lay of the area and see if
sure.
anything seems out of the ordinary.
Okay.
How
Give me
close
a
are we
perception
to
check.
the tent?
Right now, about 30 feet away.
I'd like to cast my divine sense.
Okay.
Well,
And that shows any celestial or like aberrations, right?
yeah, or anything affected by the hollow spell.
Okay. And what was the perception check?
Let's see. That is going to be an 18.
18. Okay, got it. And then Milo, did you have something you wanted to do too? I saw you give a...
Nice.
No, that was back with the other thing.
Okay, got
I'm
it. So
good. Never mind.
no, go for it. What do you need?
I was just gonna see if I was gonna hold an action real quick. Just I think I'm actually solid. I'm gonna sit here and just wait.
Just wait. Okay, got it. So Varric, you look around and you see that you're kind of on the edge of a little patch of trees here. It's not like a full forest or a thicket, or it could maybe be called the grove of trees, and it looks like they're kind of on the outer edge of it, but it is real dark past that. But otherwise, now that you guys have moved out here, the rain has stopped. There's little kind of hills. It's a very kind of plains-like area, and you look around just to see if you see anything. But you do see some eagles flying overhead. You hear birds starting to, now that the rain has stopped, that they're starting to make some noise. But you don't see any movement. You don't see anything that looks concerning. It is quiet. You do start to, even then, as the rain, you're starting to realize the rain is going away. You start to feel drops of water like it's coming back. But yeah, that's you. What I'd say is you can see that there's a little puff of smoke coming out of one of the tents as well. So not like like fire. It doesn't look like anything like that, but it looks like somebody has exhaled smoke out of one of the tents. Yohei, what does it look like for your divine sense? Is there like a sheen covering your eyes, or give me some flavor for what that looks like for you?
Well, I would grasp that amulet I have around my neck to Melora, and then kind of just like offer a prayer to see of sight. And then it would just kind of be like almost like if you were staring into a pool of water, type of like glistening sea green.
Awesome. Is your prayer to Melora internal?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Cool. So I need to know. So you do that, and nothing lights up. Nothing that's concerning. No celestial, no undead, no aberrations, nothing affected by the hallowed spell. Looks clear. Yeah. So you guys stand on the edge of this campsite. Nothing that you can see that looks concerning. No, nothing from the divine sense. How do you guys want to proceed?
Do you guys want to call out or just go up and knock? I don't see like they're.
Yeah,
I mean, we can see the smoke coming out, so we could just call out.
Yeah.
Just kind of say, "Hey, is anybody there?"
Okay. Is that what you say?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You hear some stirring first. You do hear some stirring first. There's a little. It doesn't sound like a metal armor, but you do hear like the groaning of leather as you see. Somebody step forward out of the tent that had some smoke coming from it. And this is a raven-haired woman. She has short cropped hair and has a large, heavy crossbow on her back. And she has nice studded leather armor. Nothing too fancy, nothing that looks like she's attached to any organization, but it is some nice studded leather. She has some nice black leather boots, and then it looks like pants that they themselves may have been a little bit more ornate at one time, but now have some patches on them and look like they're a little more beat up. But she steps out and says, yes, can we help you?
Yeah, we were just coming into the settlement here to kind of establish some sort of order or foothold, and we hear there's some strange ongoings in the area. We're trying to get some more information on that. We heard you might have something.
Either
You're
you
here
would
to
want
ask-
to be Yorzon, would you?
Yoraz.
Yoraz. That's the guy.
Yeah.
Yoraz.
And she yells over, Raz. They want to know why you ran away scared like a fleeing child. Yes, there's more of them. You hear, no, I don't want to talk about it. And she goes, well, you're the one who ran away. You've attracted all this attention because you couldn't handle your shit.
Ooh.
And he starts to, you hear him rouse, and he comes out, and he steps out, and he looks very similar to Lanusa is the name of the other one. And he now, you can see he has like studded leather armor as well, but he has his crossbow out, not like, at the ready pointing at you guys, but he has it a little more ready. He seems actually Varric, you're in front there. You were talking to him first. Give me an insight check.
Right. That is going to be a natural 20 for a 24.
You can tell he's still scared. He's nervous. And he definitely, with a 24, that's pretty good. He's insulted by what Lanusa just said. He's hurt. He's confused. He has a lot of emotions on his face. But even then, you can tell with the 24 that he's still trying to be stoic. had you not rolled so high, you might not have picked it up. But you and your past, you've been around a lot of people who were hiding things that were going on in their head. People who were being stoic for the sake of the mission. People who were used to pushing down the fear. And so because you're used to that, you see on his face some of those emotions that he's being stoic. You know, he'd go out in a fight. You could tell that just by the look on his face. He's scared too. He's very scared too. And he kind of squares up. He says, yeah, I ran away from Daggermore. I was really... And he's about to say something else. What? What do you want to know?
We want to know what happened, man. We want to know what you encountered, because it's something that we're probably going to have to deal with ourselves. And any information you can give us can help us succeed. And, like I said, bring some order to the area.
And he kind of has a little pause there. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. And if anybody wants to help him do that, let me know what you're saying to aid in that effort.
I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, I'd like to give him some help. We don't think that you're a coward. In fact, I'm kind of leaning towards what you saw was truly frightening. And if there is something like that out there, it is, like Varric says, it's something that we need to take care of. We're going to need all the information and help that we can get.
Okay, so Varric, go ahead and roll with advantage then.
Okay. That is going to be a 10.
A 10? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So Lanusa actually starts. She starts first. And she says, look, we went out to the Daggermore. We were doing some hunting. Do you all know what the Daggermore is? It sounds like you're pretty fresh here.
I believe it's a lake, right?
It's kind of a lake. I would call it more of a pond.
Okay.
But the people who are telling the legends like to call it a bottomless lake. A lake that has no bottom, that if you were to keep swimming downwards would keep going and going and going. It's all just fairy tales. It's just a lake. It's just a small pond like any other. I guess it'd be more of a large pond, but it is just like any other body of water. Daggermore itself, it is surrounded by little foothills and some rocky crag area. We went over there, and she's like, you could see her looking over to him to like offer support. You know, like he's had to tell this story a couple times because it was so out of sorts for him. But she's trying to offer support by giving these early details. And we were hunting for some small game. We had luck with rabbits out in the area. They go after the truffle mushrooms that everybody goes to dig for. And so we split up. I was about 100 yards away from him, and I saw him on his horse riding away as fast as he could. I'm not used to seeing Yoraz look like that, so it was a little disconcerting for me. And Yoraz looks, and it looks like he's kind of gathering his courage. He's gathering his courage. He goes, I'll never step foot in that damn place again. Ugh. Look, I don't know what happened to me. I was walking around the lake. There's a certain area. It kind of has it's like a big boulder. There's some carvings. Some people carve their names in it. It's the Daggermore. I think they call it the Daggermore Dagger. So I was over there, looking around, noticing anything I could, trying to spot game, and all of a sudden, I just started feeling like I was being watched. I felt like somebody was watching me. And I tried to shake it. I'm not one to usually get scared at nothing, but I couldn't. And I looked to the line of trees that is near there, and I don't know why, but I thought the trees were watching me. Okay, I thought the trees were watching me. Something had to be watching me. And at that point, he gets a little fired up. He goes, Something had to be watching me. I'm telling you, the way I felt, there had to be something there. I was
believe
not
you.
alone.
Yeah.
So I turned and I ran. And even while running, I knew that there was something there, something that was behind me. I don't know. I never actually saw anything. But I've never felt that way, ever. And I will never feel that way again. And at this point, Lanusa turns and she goes, yeah, we're probably on our way out of here. He's obviously very shaken up by this, and I think it's time for us to head on to something else. Maybe go back into town somewhere. We're not fans of Rexentrum, but maybe they need some help in Arosa.
If the issue is solved, would you consider staying and helping out here? It's a young settlement. There's probably a lot of opportunities coming our way. Just got to clear out all the crap first, I think.
At this point, Yoraz talks. What's the point? Aswin's going to get more than us anyways. And they both kind of have a sour look on the face of that comment. And she goes, I think I could convince him to stay. If we knew what happened there was fixed, if we knew what it was. But we don't even know what it was. I don't even know that there was anything there. I mean, look, there's a lot of really magical people in the Dwendalian Empire. But they're on the Cerberus Assembly. They're at the Soltris Academy. They're part of the Cobalt Soul. They're not out here. There's not any wizards who are trying to mess with people's minds out by a lake. I wish you all the best. And if you figure out what it is, great. Maybe we'll say we can talk about it then, but I think the things here are just too weird for us.
Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. We'll stick around for a couple days. If you figure out what's going on, let us know, and we can talk about it then. If not, then we're going to head to Arosa first, and then maybe north from there.
Would you mind pointing out maybe, do we have a map or anything like that, by the way?
So not for the general region, but I'll say, I guess what I'll say is I don't have a map to show you guys of the region more zoomed in. We can say you guys have a map of the Zemni Fields, which are similar to the one I gave you guys where it showed the settlement.
So I'd like to pull out my copy of a map, and then or maybe it's drawn into my notebook, and pull it out and be like, would you point out where the Daggermore dagger is?
Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to. And she goes and she just marks a point. Yeah, probably about 15 miles to the north.
Okay.
Or sorry, not the north. This one was to the east-northeast. You're welcome. If you have any more questions, we won't be far from here. We're still doing some hunting for ourselves, at least. So we might be out doing something, but we'll be back. We'll leave our tents here.
We had also heard some rumors about a laborer who had heard something similar. You wouldn't happen to know who that might have been.
Yeah. She has a weird look on her face at this point. Look, I talked to him. His name is Jarel. And that's Jorel. His name is Jarel. He had a different experience. He was out by the dagger too, as far as I remember. But Yoraz didn't see anything and he did. And it sounds like it might have been different. I don't know.
Where can we find this Jarel?
He should be back at the settlement. I don't think he left. He was pretty hard up for money and was really happy about working with the stonemasons. So he should be still in town. He might be drinking. He was pretty scared. But he's had a little bit more time to recover than Yoraz has. So, yeah. I haven't seen him since I talked to him about it. You're muted. Muted.
Thank you for talking to us. I don't think I have any other questions. What about you guys? As I turn to Varric and Garces and God damn it, what is your name? Now that it's not up on the fucking screen. Yohei. There we go.
No questions.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
I wish you all good luck. Yoraz all gives you a sullen look. Stay away from that fucking place. There's nothing good there.
Yeah, we'll be sure to let you know what we find, man.
And walk out, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to disregard that last part, but I respect your thought.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys head back to the cart. What is the scene that they come back to with Aki, Alavor, and Yohei? Are you guys doing anything differently, or is it still just serenading the horses?
I'm just staring at Awe and Aki and her absolutely beautiful tune that she's playing.
Yeah, I'm still playing. Go.
So you guys get into the wagon and go the rest of the way to the Shouting Sail. It's about 3 miles, and at this point, we're reaching probably early afternoon. It was a really high animal handling check, so you guys were able to make good pace with the wagon and getting there. And you before you get to where you were told the Shouting Sail was, you know you're close, and you see in the distance kind of a plume of smoke, and that's the first you see of the sail. And it's still covered, where you're at currently, it's kind of covered by trees, and you can't really see exactly what's going on. But the rain has come back, unfortunately. You're all kind of got cloaks tightened over, the hoods up, making sure that it's stopping the rain as much as possible. But you get past the tree line that was blocking the way, and you see an odd sight. On its side, with a small, almost like a small house in front of it, you see a ship that has lights coming out of the windows on the side of it that is tilted to the side this way, but you hear music. You hear laughter. You get closer, 300 yards, 200 yards, 100 yards. It gets louder, and you can tell that there is merriment. There is fun going on inside. You can smell it. You get 100 feet away from the entrance, and you smell the aromas of meats and meads and bread and shouting, and you are all very excited to be here at the tavern. And you look and you see this ship. On the side of the ship where the name of the ship would be, you see the name The Shouting Squid. It's not named The Shouting Sail, but you look at the house that is kind of in front of it, and you see a small little sign out front that says The Shouting Sail. And it has an open door that you can walk through. And there is off to the left, probably about 20 feet away, an area that looks like it's to stable horses and wagons in a place where you could leave those for the night.
So I would like to steer the wagon over to, the posts to tie it up.
Okay.
When we go over there, I would like to dismount, give our horses a couple treats because of the journey, water them, whatever you do when you park a fucking carriage, and then I would like to I would like to see if I can spot Green and Runner.
Green and Runner. Okay, got it. So this stable area, it's more than just posts. It is. It's not a full stable
okay.
like the stable back at the settlement, but there are like little stalls that you can
Okay.
put the horses in, and like a place where you can leave the carriage outside and like lock it up and stuff. So go ahead. For this one, you can give me either a perception check or an investigation check as you start to look for these missing horses from the stable master.
A perception or an investigation. Okay, I'll do perception.
Just real quick, is Runner and Green the horses that we have, or the ones we're trying to find?
The ones we're
The ones
trying
you're
to
trying to find.
Okay. Do we have
19
names for the ones
for
that we have?
perception.
You guys did not ask.
Okay.
Shit. 19 perception.
Sure. Easy enough. You are able to go through the stalls, and because you know the symbol, the L and the S with the crossed carrots behind it, you are able to find that quite easily on the saddles, and you find Runner in Green. They're black fur with a black mane and black tail.
Brown fur,
They-
black mane, black tail. Sorry.
Huh?
Brown with the black mane and tail.
Yes.
Sorry.
And they do. I will say, with your high horse animal handling check on that, you do tell they're a little agitated. They look like they've probably been tied up there for a little bit and are getting antsy to get some movement and exercise in.
Then perhaps before going into, I don't know where y'all are, but before going into the tavern, I want to turn out the horses and, maybe turn them out, let them stretch their legs, because I don't know how long they've been tied up.
So go ahead and give me another animal handling check, but you get advantage.
Okay.
These aren't the horses you were playing to, but we'll let that roll. 'cause
Okay,
it's-
so I got a 10. I'm going to roll again. And I got an 11.
Okay, an 11. Okay. So, there we go. So with an 11, you were putting away the horses from the carriage. You weren't working with the new horses, Runner and Green.
Oh, no, I was. Because our horses need a rest, and I was.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure I was.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So yeah, they're not averse to working with you. They are a little skittish. They are a little antsy, but yeah, they work with you. You give them some of the treats, and they respond. With that, that's enough that you can, you didn't flub it, so you can take them with you without the horses having any kind of issue at the very least.
Okay, right, yeah. So then I'll when I'm done with that, I'll put them back in the stable.
Okay.
And
Okay,
then
got it.
head into the tavern.
Okay. So with that, everybody walks into a rowdy, raucous scene. The first thing that hits you is the smell of stale beer. Like, for anybody that's been in a garage and played beer pong, that smell of just beer that has settled into the floorboards and just is like that almost sweet but almost rancid smell that is going up and hitting everybody's nose. When new ale gets spilled on it, it kind of covers it up for a little bit until that dries out and gets sticky itself. But there is quite a few people here. There are people at tables who are playing cards. There you see different races. You see half elves and dwarves and elves. You see a couple tieflings hanging out in one corner. You see a half orc behind the bar coming out in and out of the kitchen talking to the bartender. You see a halfling serving drinks while moving around the tavern, who is just kind of very quickly and agilely dropping things off, spinning around, hitting this table, getting food there. Oh, what can I get you? Then moving back and going forth, almost expertly weaving their way through the crowd. And you see some open tables near one of the back corners if you want to do it. But the problem is the open tables looks like there's some kind of contest going on by it. You see two people standing in front of each other, and they have a dagger. And as you watch, one of them throws the dagger onto the ground as hard as they can. Looks like near their foot. And then you hear, "Oh, yeah, a bunch of people cheering. Then you see, all right, come on, give me that, you bastard. And he takes a dagger, and the other person he's going with throws it down, hits the ground. More cheering. Oh, cheering erupts. Yeah, woo! And then, all right, get down and get it. You cannot do it. So the person who went first gets down on their hands and knees, and with their teeth, uses their teeth around the hilt of the dagger to try and pull the dagger out. You hear, come on, come, and you, boo, you're, yeah, you hear all kinds of different shouts egging on this competition. And before anything actually happens, they go, ugh, and it looks like the dagger stays in the floor. And once that they kind of leave from biting the dagger, you hear, yeah, and everybody kind of erupts around them. You see some gold changing hands, like some people were betting on it. And then you do see that halfling come back around, and she says, oh, well, all right. We're a little busy tonight, but it looks like we've got some open tables over there. Here, you can take one of these. I'll be back. Yeah. Okay. See you soon.
Excuse me, miss. Is he good in here? As I point at Oakley.
And she's already gone. She is already doing stuff. She is already.
She didn't say no, buddy.
She didn't even hear you on that. But what she did do is drop off to whoever was standing out in front. She did drop off a menu. And I'm going to upload that menu to Discord. So if you guys check Discord.
I love
Oh
this.
my goodness!
Shouting say
cookbook? Is this from the cookbook that Bree got you?
No, this is from a different supplemental.
No, okay.
Supplemental. That one's real food. That one's like actual stuff.
Oh, this is cool. Did you make this?
No.
No? Oh, it's really cool.
Supplemental material.
Okay, well, it looks like something you can make in Procreate.
Yes,
Cool.
yes. I did not want to take the time to do it myself, though.
Right.
Honest. I
Which I have.
leaned
if
on
you ever need
the
something made,
Okay, cool.
I will make extracurricular things for inspiration. and such.
Cool. All right, and with that, you guys all sit down at the open table, looking at the menu for the shouting sale with shouts around you. You obviously all know very quickly why it is called the shouting sale, without the ability to hear very well, even talking to the people that are next to you. And settle in, waiting for the halfling server to come back around. I think that's where we're going to take our first break.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh yeah.
Cool. So let's call it. We'll call it 3:40 p.m. for getting back to the game, and we will do some time in the shouting sale for you guys.
Sweet.
Sweet. Oh yeah.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Be back in 15.
All right.
You suck. Hi, I'm Milo.
Hi, I'm Varric.
Hello, this is Garcious.
So we do know each other.
Yeah. Fucking Darwin found a spider over here.
Like a big
And I
one,
already-
or-
No, it was a little one, but I
Oh.
killed it already, and he's still under the assumption that it's still sitting there.
Look at what I have done. Look at what I've done for you.
Like,
Praise me.
let's see if I can show this. Ugh. He just keeps staring at the floor. He's like, I know it's still here.
Josh has got a. It's a pit bull mixed with something. I want to say it's a Dotson, pit bull Dotson mix. And
What a combo!
And so it's like a little bicep weenie dog, right?
Yeah.
It's buff as shit, but like it gets so enamored with the vents on his floor that he'll just sit there and just its tail be whipping back and forth like a motor, and he's just staring at the vents. It's like, holy crap, dude! That's a lot of focus you got going on there, kiddo.
Yeah, he's just staring at the wall now.
See, my cat, like, she likes to hunt for the hunt of it. I don't know.
That
She
tracks,
finds
though,
dead bugs.
right?
I mean, it's a good skill for a cat.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
You want them to kill spiders.
Right. It's just that often she doesn't eat them. She'll leave them dead somewhere, or be like, "Oh, hey, look, I killed this."
So
Look
his
what I've done.
problem is he will find it, but he will not kill it. He will just stare. He'll just stare at it. He's a very lazy cat.
So I could do it if I wanted to, but
I
I'm not
fucking
gonna-
love that
I'm
cat.
not gonna do it.
I feel like if he
Creepy
if
as
he,
shit, man.
if he kills anything, it was on accident.
Accidentally steps on it.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how it goes.
All right, you guys. Bree came in with a save and set me up on her computer with all of my notes, so I can look at my notes and not have scratchy audio.
Hey, all right.
So what we'll do?
She is a smart one.
She is a smart one. What we'll do when we get to the end of the session, I would love to re-give you guys that intro just to give you that feel, that vibe. So we'll finish the session and then I'll redo the intro so that you guys can actually hear the intro to the campaign since it's kind of foundational.
Question: how long are we running the session?
So we're gonna go 2 hours from here. So we're looking at an end time around 6 o'clock if that works for you guys. If anybody needs to dip out before that, that's okay though. But yeah, I'll probably go another 2 hours from here. But 4 to 5 hours is usually what we're gonna shoot for a kind of ideal session.
Cool.
Sweet.
Hey, Josh, do you
Yes, sir.
do you need access to our characters and stuff? So that should be on public now, right?
You can still set it to private. I still should be able to see it
Oh, okay. You're good then.
on private. Yeah, I still should be able to see it on private. That stops other players. If not, I'll let you guys know. But I'm pretty sure I'm fine with it on private. Yeah. Okay. Do we have Aki and Yohei back? I don't see any video over there. Hey, there we go.
Heyo. No response. Ken,
What?
were you like waving at your cat to see if he'd even do anything, or?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's just no reaction.
Dude, he was intently focused on that wall right now.
Did you find a spider?
Yeah, he did. But then I killed it, but he still thinks it's there.
Oh, he's like waiting for the more spiders.
Yeah.
He's like, just in case.
It's like, I'm here for you, man. That's
Yeah,
what I do.
exactly.
How's the audio for you guys? Too loud? Too low?
Sounds good.
That's good.
It's good.
That's good.
Awesome.
Coming through
Well,
good
we'll
on my
get
end.
started then. Okay, so you guys all find a table and sit down. Or I guess I should ask, is that what everybody would like to do? You guys are surrounded by tavern patrons. You are now in the quintessential tavern of Dungeons and Dragons. You've got different games going on around you. You've got a bar up that you could go get some food at. But it is up to you guys. You have an open table, which you have been led to, where they're throwing some daggers on the floor near you. But the rest is up to you. What would you like to do?
I would like to go up to the bar and order something. I asked you guys if you wanted me to get anything for you.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna take one of each of the dinners, and two sweet 10-day apple dandies. For I think that's a total of 10 copper pieces that I hand to you.
Or that'd just be a silver.
A silver. There you go. Yeah, that makes sense.
Hard job.
Math.
I'm rich. I don't need to know this.
What did you want to drink? The sweet apples? 2 of the sweet dandies. All right, anybody else?
I will take a potato sausage soup and one of the ales. So I think that is 8 copper.
All right.
I'm gonna take the same thing as Varric.
Was that the potato sausage and the soup and the ale?
In the ale.
Okay.
Thank you. 8 copper.
I'm gonna do was that sour rolls and saltfish?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do one of those, an ale, and one of the sweets, and that should be a silver, right?
I got 4, one of those, the soup. Yeah, I count a silver. Yeah.
All right, and then I toss her a silver.
This is so funny because I feel like we're actually ordering like
Immersion.
right?
I'm gonna go. Oh shit! Before I forget, because I saw the little script at the bottom, and I hand over 5 copper for a tip.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to make my way to the bar.
Okay. So you get to the bar. Behind the bar itself is a middle-aged woman. She is serving drinks, but seems to be taking her cue from the halfling who is jumping around. So she will come and say something, let the bartender know, and then she's making the drinks, passing them off to the bar. It doesn't seem like a ton of people are ordering at the bar itself, but it is open if you want to go speak to her, or you can try and catch the barmaid, the server, the halfling who's jumping
around. The woman behind the bar.
Okay. She has a friendly look on her face when you walk up. She has kind of a brown-gray hair, just loose over her shoulders. It's not done up in any way. It's very simple, but it seems very well taken care of. And she's a very, she is a kind of a, for her age, you can tell with the gray hair, she looks rather athletic for being somebody who's working behind a bar. But she has a friendly smile on her face, and she says, what can I get you?
Yeah, I was gonna put in an order for my friends and I here, but I was wondering if you guys have any sort of like pumpkin spiced ale.
She goes, yeah. No, you might be able to find somewhere in Erosa that will be serving that, but
I just thought I'd check. Yeah, I'll do 4 ales, 3 sweet dandies, a sour roll, a saltfish, and the potato sausage soup.
Okay. Now that soup is pretty spicy. Are you sure you all can handle that?
I'm sure you can.
Okay.
And then I'll do one of each of the 3 dinners as well. And then let's make that one more potato sausage soup.
Okay. All right. We got a lot of hungry bellies today, I see.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to get that for you. And she's writing it down. And She's just got like a little. It's like the Exandrian version of a notepad that you flip over for orders, except it's a scroll, and it's kind of like you see it. It's kind of just tied together with just little bits of yarn that she kind of switch to the next page, turns it over, and writes the rest of the order on. She goes, yeah, we'll be happy to make that for you. I'll get in your order to Ham Bones, and we'll have Brazira bring over your order as soon as it's out.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then I return, take my seat at the table. I'm wondering, is there music playing? I know we could hear it on the way, but is there like live music playing?
Sure. So what I'd say is that kind of opposite the bar, I wouldn't call it. It's the most modest version of a stage you can have, in that it looks like probably a 6x10 step up from the main floor, and you do look over and you see that there is a very well dressed half elf, non-binary, who is wearing a very ornate hat as well. It's kind of got it's just shiny. Like there's lots of baubles on it. It is kind of a not like a top hat per se, but it is one that is made to kind of be a big display. And he is singing a beautiful tune and playing also on the viol. And I'll tell you how good it is. It is real good. It is, I mean, it is to the level of what you've been playing up until this point. And he is just singing along, singing this wonderful. It's almost got like a mix of a tavern song with typical tavern music, but there's almost like this sea shanty vibe to it. Like every now and then you kind of catch this verse that is almost like it's about to start going into that sea shanty feel. But it doesn't. He brings it back around. Yeah, he's playing real well.
Awesome. Well, I wanted to join in. However, I am worried that I might roll catastrophically. So I am going to take my seat back at the table, sit back, and relax. When I ordered, did she give me the drinks first?
Yeah. So.
So I'll pass
the
those
the
out.
woman behind the bar would have made the drinks, given those over to you, and
Okay.
so, you need any help taking these over?
I think I've got it. Thank you.
Okay.
And I just kind of like outstretch one of my long arms and just kind of do one of those like server things that like really badass servers do.
Okay. And that's quite a few drinks. So go ahead and just roll me just a general dexterity check just to see how that goes.
Okay. Let's see. I just gotta find it here. Okay. So I roll, and then whatever my modifier is.
Whatever your dexterity modifier is.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's a 14.
A 14? Okay, yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you
Okay.
get it to the table and drop them off. No big deal. Just wanted to make sure there's nothing catastrophic happening there.
Right. Pretty confident in that one.
By the time you get back, it seems that another round of the dagger throwing game has started up behind you with a small crowd gathering around those who are playing. But Aki comes back, drops off the drinks, and you guys are free to do what you would like in the tavern.
Is this a game that was played on ships?
You know what? Actually, go ahead and roll me a history check with advantage to see if you recognize
Can
this.
I also roll a history check to see if I know anything about the ship, the Shouting Squid?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say we'll roll those into the same roll.
Okay. It's like an 18.
18? Pretty good, yeah. So you have heard of the Shouting Squid. We'll start with that. You do know that the Shouting Squid itself, it was a 3-masted transport barge, and there's some odd rumors about it. You know, you've been to the area, so you've heard that it's been turned into a bar, but the story went that somehow this ship appeared over where it landed. This was not a ship that was brought here. There's no story of taking the Shouting Squid on land. The Shouting Squid was a successful transport barge, and then the Shouting Squid was landed on a building in the middle of the Zemni Fields. But you do know, although you know of the stories, the Shouting Squid was, a very successful trading ship. With the 18, they weren't known to do anything nefarious or to work with the Revelry or any of the pirates on the Menagerie Coast, but they mostly did work with the Clovis Concord and did trading off the Menagerie Coast to the southwest of where you guys are at. And you've never heard any story about what happened. You know that the sailors who were on the Shouting Squid never told the tale of why the ship ended up this far inland. But I would say that you do with that history check, you do look over and you see an older man who has like a kind of medium gray build with a long coat that is red and black that has a squid emblazoned over the chest, and his hair is long. It goes back over his shoulders, and he has a scar kind of over his eye this way and then coming back from over his head, and you can see that the top part of his ear has actually been chopped off. And you recognize this as Captain Gage Abram. And he has a very kind of, you'd never heard this before, but now he seems to have this large mustache. It almost curls around at the ends, kind of maybe almost in a noble type of way, but almost sarcastically. But he is over by the fire, just kind of quietly sipping and enjoying a mug of ale is what it looks like. And with that check, you do recognize this game as Mumble Peg. It is a game that you throw the dagger onto the ground to see who can get it closest to their foot. From there, whoever gets it closest to the foot, or whoever does not get it closest to the foot, has to try and use their teeth to remove it from the floor. If they're not able to do that, then they lose. If they are able to do that, then they go the next round. If you'd like to make it a drinking game, you could drink at the beginning of every round that you play. But it gets harder to do as you go. What's that?
And they are currently playing for gold?
Oh, yeah, you see a bunch of coin changing hands every round.
Is there people going right now, or can I take part in the game?
What's that?
Start it again.
Are there people going right now, or can I take part?
Yeah, there are people going currently. It looks like it's probably just a couple minutes, though. A round doesn't take very long. At the most, probably 5 minutes. So if you wanted to kind of step up and step forward as wanting to play, they might. They seem to be open to that.
I want to call next game, but then I want to work my way over to Captain Gage.
Okay.
While I wait.
So there is somebody who seems to be taking the bets, who seems to be the one who's writing things down, passing off gold back and forth, taking a note here, passing it back here. He seems to be the one to go to. He sees you, hail him down. Oh, we got another player?
Aye. How much?
Well, it's 5 silver ante, and you win, you get the other opponents, and then we make bets on that.
Yeah, I'd like to throw in 5 silver.
All right. So he takes the 5 silver. I got a new contender at Mumbly Peg.
How far away is this happening away from the table that we're sitting at?
15 feet. 15 feet probably. You guys are at one of the closest tables to it.
At that, I must ask, has the singer stopped singing?
I would say they've taken a break but switched to another song. They are still playing.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
And Garcius, did I hear you wanted to join in on Mumble Peg too?
I'd like to try my hand at it.
Okay. So the guy asks, you guys playing against each other? You want to play different opponents?
Let's go different opponents.
Different opponents. All right. So we got two open opponents for Mumble Peg. And he starts looking for people to join. and you see one of the tieflings with like a dark blue skin and a big build, kind of like a white tunic and leather pants, a very sailor-like getup. They begin to walk over, as well as a dwarf who was sitting at the bar. And they look to kind of queue up and start talking to the guy taking bets. Yohei, are you trying to like sneakily get over there? I guess how are you approaching the captain? He's just sitting on his own right now. It's kind of like a situation where there's a couple nice chairs facing a large hearth where there's a roaring fire going. You hear that loud crackle, but there is an open chair on the other side if you wanted to sit on it to talk to him, or just, how would you like to approach him?
I just kind of approach him and just let him know that this is a beautiful establishment. I wish to have words with you about this establishment after my game, if you wouldn't mind.
He kind of gives a little chuckle. Well, that depends on what you'd like to speak about, I guess.
Well, I kind of got into the hobby of brewing as of late, so I'd like to talk to you about that dandy that you guys make, how it's made.
Yeah, all right.
And maybe a few tales about, well, how this ended up here.
Ah, right. One of those. Well, Brazira, she does all the brewing. She's the one who's hopping around over here serving people. And you look over and see her hopping around. You see some dried preserved leaves coming off her hair. She's got like seashells that you can hear clanking as she moves through the tables. She might be able to help you out. She's an acceptable brewmaster here, but we always have room for improvement. And I'd be willing to share some tales of my time on the ocean, but I'll tell you, friend, some tales are just for us to know. And he kind of looks around, motioning to some of the staff here. But yeah, give Mumblety Peg a go. Maybe if you do real well, I'll have something good for you.
I intend to.
All right. Okay. So heading back over to the Mumblety Peg area.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything in the meantime while Garcius and Yohei are queuing up for the dagger throwing game?
I'm gonna go back up to the bar. Is the woman there the human woman or the halfling?
I'd say, if you walk up, the halfling is going to and from the bar, so you could catch a point where they're both up there. Sure.
Okay. Well, you know what?
Oh no!
Whoa.
We lost him.
See ya.
Ruh-roh. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for them to come back, Alivor, Varric, or Milo, anything that you guys are wanting to do?
I'll head over towards the Mumblety Peg area, and just to watch. I might do a little something during the games, but we'll see.
Oh, something.
See how things go.
Just be close.
In assistance with one of our friends, trying to not really tip the scales, but
Sure.
do something cheeky.
Yeah, absolutely. You can certainly try. We'll make some rolls about it for sure. Okay, got it. And then Milo and Varric, what are you guys doing?
I'm gonna be at the table. We just bought a whole bunch of food and drink, so I'm gonna be over there.
I'm gonna be sitting right next to him. Oakley has made his way over to me, and I take down the salted fish and then the spicy sausage soup. I think is what it was.
Yeah, we'll say that
the
they've got
potato sausage soup, and then I just kind of let him pick one, whatever he whatever. If he tastes both, that's fine. Whatever one he kind of picks, and then I'll just take whatever doesn't.
Okay. I think you said you offered him the salted fish was one of them.
Yeah, I got 2. I got one of each. So
Okay. Yeah, I would say he would definitely go more for the salted.
salted. There you go, buddy. All right. And so I put that down. Then I put mine back up on the top. Start eating it.
Okay. Good.
And I kind of, Ferric. So what do you think about the whole situation out here?
I think there's a lot for us to take care of. I don't think work will be something we'll have to look very hard for.
I mean, we just got here, and there's already a missing cleric and a bandit bridge.
Yeah, I'm very excited to start getting to work.
I feel like we can make a lot of cool changes.
What's that?
I said, I think we can make a lot of cool changes around here. Good changes for the community, or at least what's left of it.
Yeah, hopefully we can establish something on here. It seems like it's needed.
And then, yeah, I'm going to continue eating.
Okay. And you got, and you guys both, having come from Rexentrum and spent time south of this area, going to the ruins of Schottengrad, remember back to the mission that you had both gone on. And you were told that you were going, you were both told that you were going, and both told that you had very specific tasks to fulfill. But neither of you were ever told the reasons for going to the ruins of Schottengrad. Both of you had kind of deduced that either way, excuse me, the fact that they had sent so many people here meant something big was going on. And while you were there, Milo, you in particular, had noticed a couple of high-ranking mages who had gone on the trip as well. And as any mission or any expedition, I guess you could say, would have rumors floating around it about what the mission actually was or what the objective was, there was a bit of talk of finding an object in the ruins of Schottengrad. And it was never spoken of, but both of you kind of have this unspoken thought while you're having this conversation about things going on in the area that kind of harkens back to that. Wondering, not necessarily if they're directly related, but what is some of the underlying things going on here in this area? This isn't just farmland. There used to be something here. There used to be more here. And the mission that you two went on kind of felt like it was skimming the surface. Like there was a large body of water in front of you, and you just barely touched the surface of it. And both of you kind of silently, knowingly with each other having this conversation, think about that and think about what you had done in the area before getting drowned out with ale and music and hey as the Mumble-T Peg round is over. And Aki, you were finishing up a conversation, or you were having a conversation, I say, with the halfling and the woman behind the bar.
Okay.
No, what was that?
I was ordering another ale.
She's like, yeah, cool.
And I was ordering another ale and asking about the brew here, and learned that Rosaria was the brewmaster, and really trying to see if she has any like pumpkin essence or like herbal like pumpkin spice to like add to my ale, or maybe like mead, and just like talking to her about the different herbs and such.
Okay. She I guess I'd say roll a persuasion check. She would very personably listen to you, and she would take in what you're saying, but while you're talking, you notice her eyes like darting around to different people who need different things. And she's like, oh, just a second, and then comes back, and then, okay, go ahead and finish.
Okay, I rolled a dirty 20.
A dirty 20, okay. So, like I mentioned, she has like a braid coming back that has preserved leaves in it. She's got a bracelet and an anklet with seashells on it. And then around her waist, she has a couple of different bags of herbs. And she goes, well, I think I might have something. Here. This isn't pumpkin,
but it's kind of like a squash sweet seasoning that I made. Here, and she gives a like little pinch of it. She's like waiting for you to hold out your glass if you want to hold out your glass for it. And then she drops it in. All right, just give that a stir. And she holds up her finger like, I'm not gonna do that for you. And then and she puts her hands over it and she kind of waves her hand over it and it stirs it a little bit for you. Because give me a taste of that. Let me know what you think. I don't know. We're always looking for new brews around here, so it might be good. Might
And
be good.
I tell her that I know I have a friend who is a brewer.
Ah, great.
Actually here this evening with
Well,
my
everybody here likes to pile a bunch of shit on me by saying that my stuff is just okay. So, I mean, maybe some help, maybe some advice. I don't know. What I make gets people drunk, but that seems to make them happy. But, you know, we could always try some of this spice. And I'm happy to talk to your friend, see if.
I take a sip. I tell her it's wonderful. I really enjoy it, and that I will if she has a moment that I can tell she's busting her ass, you know. But if she has a moment to come find me later on, and I'll introduce her to my friend.
It's okay. Yeah, I will. Yeah. Things wind down a little bit when it gets late. It's still pretty. I mean, it's like at this point, you guys were talking like, I don't know, 6 p.m. It's still really light outside. Sun's starting to set, but yeah. If you guys are still here when it gets to slowing down, yeah, we can talk. I'd be happy to do that. Okay, so let's go back to Mumblety Peg. We've got Garcius and Yohei, playing some Mumblety Peg. He calls Yohei up first. All right, come on, you. All right, let's go.
While this is going on,
Uh-huh.
can I just like intently watch it? And just to see if anything kind of shiesty happens one way or the other, just while I'm eating.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I'd
give me
like to make my way back to the Mumble Tea area.
the Mumblety Pegger. Okay, got it. And then Alivor, you were like right on, right? You were right around him.
Yeah, I'd like to be in the general so I can see each of the players for the games and whatnot.
Okay, got it.
See what's going on.
So, all right. So Yohei, there's almost like this area you can tell is exactly for it because it seems, you know, like even rock steps that have eroded for hundreds of years get worn down. The wood boards here have like a little indentation for where your feet can sit. And I guess what would your armor cover your feet?
Yes. Yeah.
So they're gonna say, I got to take those off. Boots or bare feet only.
All right. Yeah, I'll take them off.
All right. So you take your shoes off, and then across from you walks up a little bit taller than you, but kind of gangly looking, red-haired dwarf, large beard, kind of two braids on the outside and one down the middle where they meet and kind of fall down. Nice big ornate beard. It's not something that is like immediately recognizable to you in terms of the garb or where he might be from. But he steps up with a gruff look on his face, pulls a dagger out. All right, you ready to do this?
And I'm gonna pull my dagger out, and it has the name Fovek carved into it.
Fovek carved into it. Okay, got it.
I would like to cast Bardic Inspiration on Yohei.
Okay, got it. And Milo, did you have a perception check?
Huh?
Yes, I do.
Oh, sorry.
I'm still getting used to the names. Oh shit, that's my character. All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm going with a solid 8.
A solid 8. Okay, got it. You
It's good
see that
food.
there is some writing on Yohei's dagger, but you don't see what it is. But you don't see what the writing actually is, just that there's writing on his dagger. All right, so Yohei steps up. Now you grab your dagger in your hand while your opponent grabs his. He takes it and throws it down to the ground. And he gets a 5 to hit. So he throws it down to the ground, and the dagger doesn't even sink into the wood. It bounces off. Ah, shit! As he exclaims as he's pissed off. It is your turn now. The way Mumblety Peg works, you roll an attack roll on the floor. The floor has an AC of 10. You roll damage once you know if you hit to see how deeply the blade sinks into the floor. If your attack roll is under 10, the dagger bounces off without dealing damage. On a critical miss, you will hit yourself in the foot and deal damage to yourself. But on anything 10 or higher, your damage roll will determine if you got farther in than the other person. If you get a natural 20... Sorry, go ahead.
The dagger that I have is in my other possessions. It says a dagger that belonged to a fallen comrade. That was like for my backstory thing that I chose. Do you want me to just add dagger to my inventory?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Let's go, yo, hey! Don't miss the ground.
The other thing is on a natural 20, you can choose exactly where the dagger lands, including between your toes or through your shoes or however you feel like doing.
So that's a crit.
Woo!
Shit. Okay. So where you get to decide where exactly the dagger lands when you throw it down.
Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah, I don't have to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. He doesn't use it, obviously. Okay, my bad.
I'm going to hit it between like my pinky toe and the toe next to that.
Okay. It goes, it just lands perfectly. Go ahead and roll crit damage. So it's double the damage dice plus your modifier. And that will determine the DC that your opponent has to pull the dagger out with his teeth.
Woo!
You don't think he's going to lick his toes, are you? Or do you?
It's a bold strategy.
I didn't come here to watch that.
I think it already rolled the 2d4, actually. What was that first one? Can you pull it up? I actually clicked on that twice.
Yeah, it says 10.
10? Okay, got it. So the DC for pulling it out with your teeth is always double the amount of damage done with the dagger. So because you got a crit, that is 20 DC for him to pull it out with his teeth as a strength check. So let's see if he does it. Natural 2. He reaches down and grabs it with his teeth. You son of a bitch! And you hear the crowd, yay! Yo, hey! Yo, hey! And you get passed over a gold piece from the guy who was taking the betting. We got our winner for Mumblety Peg! Yo, hey! And you, sir, win your game of Mumblety Peg quite easily. The dwarf kind of gets a look on his face like he's real salty about that.
After that, when I'd like to walk back over to Captain Gage.
Okay, got it. Okay, as you do, he's kind of giving a chuckle. Nice. I hate that guy. All right, Garcius, you're up next. All right, step up. We got our next contestant.
I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Garcius as well.
Gonna use another one of those? Okay, got it. Okay, so Garcius, you step up. I don't think you're armored enough that your boots would be armor, but what kind of boots are you rocking? Are you gonna go barefoot or with those?
I got some leather boots, but I'm gonna go barefoot. Keep my boots nice.
Good. So the tiefling with dark blue skin, wearing the white tunic and some dark leather pants, walks up and kind of gives a smirk as they look over at you and give like a, all right, let's go. And kind of before getting started, what do you say we up the wager? 2 gold each.
2 gold each, huh?
And you hear some whispers in the crowd. Oh, yeah. And then you start to see some other bets being made, maybe some bets being changed.
Okay. Why don't we up this bet to 3 gold pieces each?
Oh, all right.
Big
I
spender.
like them spicy. Yeah, 3 gold each it is. Go ahead and mark it as they look over to the person taking bets. Yeah, all right, 3 gold entry on this. Let's go ahead and Mumblety Peg. And Garcius, go ahead and roll your dagger attack to see if you hit.
All right. Got a 13.
A 13. 13 is enough. You throw it down and lands in the floor. Go ahead and roll your damage to see how far down it goes.
All right. So damage, I've got a 4.
A 4. Okay, got it. So it sinks in pretty good. It sinks in pretty good to the floor. And your opponent, nice. Let's see how we can do.
Right before the tiefling, like as he's raising his dagger in the air, getting ready to throw it, I discreetly I point my finger at him and I cast message.
Okay.
I point my finger towards a creature and whisper a message. I'm trying to rustle him up, trying to throw
Okay.
him off his game. And I whisper,
Sure.
I just, in a nice whispery voice that only he can hear, I just say, "Don't miss," and then to try and throw him off.
Okay. Give me on this one. Give me an intimidation check.
Oh yeah, 18.
18. So they will be rolling their attack at disadvantages. Their smile kind of. When they look down at their foot, and at this point, you see that they're on their big toe. They have a pretty big scar that might have reminded them of a time where they had a really bad game of Mumblety Peg. Yeah, so they roll a disadvantage. Ooh. And with that will be a 10. So it does just hit. So they will get to roll for damage. And they got a 5 total for their damage. So they got 1 above. So what that means is Garcius. So what happens is they're looking really nervous about it, and they kind of pause at the top and kind of all right and throw it down, and it just misses the outside of their foot, and you kind of see them jump back as soon as it lands, and the whole group just oh wow. But they did get it in a little bit farther, so now they kind of give a hesitant look. Your play, I guess. So that it will be a DC 10 strength check for you to try and remove the dagger with your teeth.
DC 10 strength check. Let's see, where's just up here. Where's the strength?
Yeah, just strength. Yeah, just straight strength.
Okay, cool. Ooh, I got a 5.
5. Okay.
Damn.
So you go down, and it's like, oh man, what am I doing here? And then you grab the handle with your teeth, and you can't get it out. And the crowd sees this, and some gold passes hands, and the tiefling gives a nervous chuckle. Ha! Yeah, I guess how it goes sometimes. But the crowd is kind of like, no. You hear like some mumbles across the crowd. Like they're not like with him jumping back, being a little scared. They're just kind of not really happy with the result. But the tiefling looks up. What about double or nothing?
Ooh. I'll take you up on double or nothing.
Double or nothing it is. And the crowd's starting to get back. All right, okay. So they're still going to roll at disadvantage due to Alivor getting in their head, for sure. Go ahead and make your attack roll this time.
All right. Now, question. I do have sleight of hand. Is there any way I could use that to my advantage?
What were you trying to do?
Maybe just kind of alter the way I throw.
Okay,
in a way that
give me a sleight of hand check.
Remember, you
We'll see
also
how
have
that goes.
inspiration.
Oh yeah, bardic inspiration too.
Ooh, okay. So let's see, sleight of hand. 16.
16. Okay. So what you do is you kind of you you're giving it a little bit extra oomph. What you want to do is add a little bit of extra strength to the throw without actually you want to make it discreet. So you do kind of a little flourish on your fingers and then you toss it up. And as it's coming down, you kind of grab it to spin it down to get it a nice, angle to hit the ground. Yeah, with that sleight of hand roll, I'll give you advantage on your attack.
Cool.
And then how much is the Bardic Inspiration dice?
So 1d6.
1d6. So if you'd like, you can add a d6 and add it on top of it as well. But that's up to you if you want to use it now or save it.
Ooh. Okay. I'll go ahead and use it now. So I'll roll my hit at advantage, and then
Yes.
roll a d6.
D6 and add that to the roll also.
Cool. All right.
Ooh, damn.
So 23.
23 definitely hits. Definitely hits. So go ahead and roll damage on this one.
All right.
Oh, that was a critical. Yeah.
Oh, that was a crit?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, if you rolled a natural 20, then that would actually be double the damage dice. It makes it even better.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then I got a crit 5 on the damage.
Okay. So, I think your mod was +1. Is that right?
On strength.
No, for your dagger attack?
Yeah.
Play it again.
Yeah. Okay, got it. So with the crit, then we'll just say that's 9. We'll double your roll then and call that 9 for that. So your opponent is across from you. They're gonna roll at disadvantage. They raise their dagger up again, and they kind of look around the room for a second because they don't know where that whisper came from, and they're just like look over their shoulder real quick. Okay, they raise their hand up.
Can I do something before he does that?
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
So you said. So I'm sitting at the table. They're within 30 feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You're about 15 feet away.
So kind of the same thing that Alivor did. I kind of mumble something like quietly, and I want to cast Bane on him.
Bane. Okay. Are you trying to cast this discreetly?
Yes. So I'm doing
Okay.
something with my hand under the table, mumbling
Okay.
something.
Okay, perfect. So that's going to be a minus D4 on top. So it's going to be
We have to do
disadvantage.
a charisma check.
Oh, charisma to see if it hits.
Yeah,
Yeah,
saving
what's your
throw, 14?
14? Yes, you got it. So they rolled a 17, so he does make this
Okay.
natural 17.
Oh, worth a
So
try.
he will still get a disadvantage, though. And disadvantaged helped a lot. So the total is a 7 this time. Still, it does take them a second to kind of shake off the Bane either way, because they're already looking around the room. They feel some kind of effect hit, shake it off, throw it down, and the dagger clatters to the floor. Doesn't make it in at all as the crowd starts cheering again. Yeah, woo! You hear a Garcious from the crowd, as the bet passes hands again. Seems you were the underdog in this after losing the first one. So he's going to have to roll a DC 18 strength check to see if he can get it out with his teeth. And that is a 16 total. So he goes down. And again, is not able to get it. With that, more gold. You see Silver passing hands on the side. Murmurs from the crowd as everybody's excited about getting some of their money back. And you do not lose any gold. You gain your 3 gold back. But that is your Mumblety Peg rounds. The Tiefling looks kind of like a little scared now. They're still... Frank is messing with what the fuck is going. All right. And they kind of look. They're still kind of standing around a little bit. All right. Thanks for the games. You win this one. Maybe next time we'll get another one.
I'd like to pat Garcious on the back of the, on the back as a congratulatory pat and say you're welcome there, and then just head back over to the table to eat.
Okay.
I'd like to thank my friends and offer next round on me.
Okay, got it. Get another round of ales from Brazira as she comes by to the table. Okay, and with that, Yohei, you were talking back to Gage. And he kind of sizes you up a little bit, and I'm going to roll real quick for him. Pretty dang low. He's a little bit drunk, so he just kind of pulls out this long pipe, and you can smell the sweet tobacco smell coming from it, and he pulls out like a little, matchstick, lights it, takes a couple puffs off of it, and just leans back and looks into the hearth. So, you from the sea? You can tell. You can tell. We attract a lot of sailors out here. A lot of people who feel lost on land. Brings them back home a little bit. Back to the sea. Dangerous place to be for someone who believes the wrong things, though. Got to be careful around here. So, what do you want to talk about, friend?
What do you know of the Daggerfall Lake? I heard it's the rumor is it's bottomless.
Nah, it's a lake like any other. You know how they are. Like to tell tales, scare the children. I can't say I've been out there myself, but a lake's a lake.
I know that the Shouting Squid was a transport vessel. What type of trade routes did you sail through?
Mm-hmm. Mostly up and down the Menagerie coast. We had a route that took us through the Shattered Teeth. We did every so often. A little more dangerous. But we mostly sailed out of Port de Molly. We avoided any pirates as much as we could. Hell, we even went to Marquette once. That was a hell of a trip. Mostly just around Port de Molly. We had a route going up from Nicodranus. But really wherever the work took us. Wherever the sea took us. And he kind of has a look of longing from the past. He'd rather be out there, but is here. And there's a contentment here, but you can see it in his face that he still wants to be on the ocean.
I'm going to say it would seem that the sea took you here.
Dutton took us here. Our ship took us here. And the family, I don't know, that house, or this house that we're in here, we connected it to the ship. Damn near killed the Mechanavs, but it's good for them now. It's good for us now. We get along. Maybe one day we'll get back to the sea, but until then, we got beer, we got tobacco, we got friends.
With that, I wanted to ask him if he knew of anybody in the bar named Jarrell.
Jarrell. He looks around. Yeah, he comes in a lot. Let me see. I'll roll a perception check. I don't see him in here tonight. He's from the settlement too, right? I assume.
Yeah, I heard he was in here most nights, so I thought I could speak to him. If he was in here.
No, I don't see him in here tonight, but still's early. Still's early.
I guess with that, I want to offer him like a silent blessing to Melora.
Okay.
And then work back to the table.
Okay.
You want me to roll religion?
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I had him do a roll too, so we'll see how those work together.
13.
13? Okay. So you kind of say that bliss in your head, and you look at him, and you see almost like the same processing, the same thought in his eyes, the same attempt to reach out. And when Milo was doing the prestidigitation before to hit you with the sea breeze, it felt nice. It was refreshing. It was, it was like drinking Squirt when you want Sprite, though. It's not the same as the original. And you look to Sage, and he looks at you, and his eyes for a second give just almost like a wave crossing over them. And for a second, you feel the air. You feel the sea again. You feel a warm breeze wash over you that has been warmed by the sun, flowing over the coast, here to hit just you. And you can smell the salt, and you can hear the birds. And for a second, you're not just feeling a magical breeze. For a second, you're at the ocean again. Your heart, your spirit is in the ocean again. And you see the look in Sage's eyes kind of turn back to the fire. And it fades. And it's nice, but it fades. And Sage kind of ends up a little quiet, but he continues smoking his pipe and lets you sit in peace as well. Okay. So you all, are you staying over by Gage or going back to the table with the rest of the group?
I'll give him like a head nod as I walk back to the table.
Okay, got it. So you head back to the table. You all are sitting around the table, now gathered after some drinks, after speaking with some of the staff here, after speaking with the captain of this former sailing vessel. Yeah.
Is Oakley done with his food?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So I hand him the apple dandy afterwards.
Okay, got it.
When I
Apples
started
are
on
on the
mine.
approved list of food for dogs, so I'll allow it. Roll for Constitution now. Yeah, he grabs that. He just starts slobbering it up.
Good boy.
Do you have any kind of gear or anything on Oakley, or is he just is there? Give me a little Oakley physical description here too.
He has like a leather, the same kind of color scheme I got, so it's going to be of blues and like dark blues and purples, and then brown leather, like brass clasps and stuff like that. But he's just going to have a sort of harness, like just a leather leash harness that has some small pouches and stuff like that on the side where I can put gear and whatnot. But there's not much on him at this time besides maybe some scrolls, like long maps and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah. But he does have some bag. He's not just sitting there as a dog. He's got some stuff on him.
Yeah, he's got like some stuff. Yeah. And also like in like some gold inlay, not gold inlay, but like some brass inlay or something like that. It just says Oakley stamped in the leather.
Okay, got it.
I'd like to. We're all sitting at the table right now, correct?
Yeah.
I'd like to just ask around the table, kind of gauge. So the captain there back at the settlement mentioned something about a myriad or something. Does anyone here know anything like that, or anything
he
about
said that it was basically the original settlers of this area before Erosa. That was basically it.
Gangsters.
They were a criminal organization.
criminal organization? How do y'all? I was just gonna say, how do y'all feel about that? You think that's the whole story? I'm trying to gauge each and every person in the group, their feelings towards the Empire and stuff like that, like
Out
their
of
alignments and
character,
whatnot.
I would like to say that colonizers described indigenous peoples as savages, so I don't really trust what she says. So if I can relay that in a way, like in character,
What would you say in character?
I'm not one to overly trust people in total control of a land who claim it as their own entirely.
Right. I want to look directly at Yohei and be like, you said you were a ex-Empire soldier. What do you feel about the situation?
I was summoned here by the Empire. So I can assure you that my service and during my time there, they were pretty generous to me.
Kind of just like, I don't know. I take what he says, and I'm like, okay, and just sit there quietly, just try and think about
that
what.
There are some rules that are unfair and unjust.
So yeah, many might agree with you on that one.
But the law is the law.
Yeah.
Is that elf still singing? Damn it.
Oh yeah, they seem like they're the in-house entertainment. They do.
I want to go chat with that elf at their next break, and maybe see how they feel about either giving me like an open mic sesh or doing a duet. I was really enchanted by their music, seeing that they appear to be. Did you say half elf or elven?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see. Can I tell what type of elf they are?
Let's see. I'd say go ahead and roll like a history check.
Okay, because I speak Elvish and Sylvan. So I will roll a history check. That is a 14.
A 14. So it's kind of hard to tell. It looks mostly like they are a little bit darker complexion. They are a little bit more tan, like they've been a sailor before. They definitely look like they fit in with the rest of the crew. Not that this is like a group, or this is a person hired from Erosa as a bard. This looks like somebody who is part of the crew who has stayed and is helping them. In terms of what type of elf, it's a little hard to say because there aren't, any civilizations of seafaring elves. Most of the elves who get into that are, not a part of their typical cultural traditions. So it is a bit hard to tell.
Okay.
But
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, being an Eldarin, I don't see, like, I see elves, but since I'm from Faerun, there's not a lot of ones like me around. So I just want like the chance to chat with another elf, especially a bard, and so maybe I approach them and speak Elvish, like say hello, friend in Elvish.
Okay.
Belloc.
I was gonna say the minds of Moria open. No. They say, and you get up, and they are non-binary. It is they are not really presenting as male or female, but they have a friendly face as they're looking at you. They're very well dressed, and they kind of say back in Elvish, "Hello, friend. Let's see. I'm gonna go here for that to make sure. Yeah, you look like you're not from this land. I see a touch of Fae about you."
Yes, I am an autumnal Eldarian. And I've been enchanted by your music and was wondering, if we could chat about, were they playing an instrument or were they just singing?
Same instrument as you, and singing.
Oh, okay. And I compliment them on their viol and, want to kind of talk to them about where they got it and, just chit chat like that.
Yeah, I should say, they say back, perhaps information from information. I'd love to hear what brought you out of the Feywilds. We don't see that very often in this area, and I'd be happy to learn about you as well.
Let's see. Can I do a perception check? to see about them if they seem like, legit.
I would say roll an insight check.
Oh,
if that's
okay.
if that's what you're shooting for. Yeah.
So it's a 9.
A 9? Hard to tell. They're
Okay.
pretty straight faced, focused mostly on playing, but they seem open to playing as well. It's kind of like they're agreeing, like, yeah, let's trade some stories, let's play some songs.
Yeah, okay. And my character is like really friendly anyways, so I will ask in Elvish, like, I'm not great with words, but perhaps I can convey it to you through song.
I'd like that. That sounds fun. Let's give it a shot.
Okay, so I pull out my viol and
Okay. And they pull out theirs. Go ahead and roll a performance check to see how that goes.
Okay, so I rolled a 15. I have a +8 to performance, and then I also have, I noticed, and I don't know if this is already added in or not, but I noticed that I have a proficiency bonus doubles for nature and performance. So my proficiency bonus is +2, so would that make it a +4?
It should. What's your charisma modifier?
My charisma is an
+4.
18 +4.
So it's a +4. So you have a +8 to performance?
No, I have, yes, a +8.
Okay.
And I rolled
So I think it does factor it in. So the performance would be the +4 from your charisma. And then if your proficiency bonus is 2, then that's 2 twice added on top of that. So it should roll that
so it
in.
already did the 8.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where the 8 comes from. As your proficiency bonus goes up, as you level up, that will double the amount added. So next time your proficiency bonus goes up, it'll be 10.
Cool. Okay, yeah. So then 15 +8.
Okay, so really good. You play this beautiful melody that makes you feel naturey. It makes you feel like you're back in the Feywilds. And everybody around kind of starts to turn like, oh, this is very different than what we're used to. This is
Can there be like butterflies?
Sure. Yeah, we'll throw some. Well, you see them kind of do a little cantrip and create a minor illusion of some butterflies around you as you're playing. And they don't pick it up very well at first. It's not how they're used to playing. They rolled really low on theirs, but they're kind of watching and waiting to pick it up and see how you're playing it. But it's nice. Everybody seems to like it. Back at the table, was anybody else continuing the conversation about how everybody feels about the Empire, or are you guys moving on to anything else?
I would like to ask Varric how he feels about working for the Chantry.
You can tell that, like, when you bring up the Chantry, that it's something that makes him happy. It's something, and well, yeah, it's something you can tell. Like he's pretty cheerful when he talks about it. But I would say, I feel indebted to the Chantry. It was something. It was a place that took me in when things weren't going well, and it's pretty much given me what I have now. So I'm very much indebted to the Chantry and the Empire as a whole.
So with him saying that, I'm gonna lean back in my chair, roll my eyes, stand up. I'm like, oh yes, paladin talk, and then I walk over to the stage to watch the performance.
Shots fired.
I'll make a mental note of that one.
And which of the Pantheon do you serve?
It'd be Pelor. I see you serve the Wild Mother.
That is correct. How do you feel about that?
It is, if I'm not mistaken, one of the gods that the Empire has not outlawed. So
the Empire has outlawed.
Has outlawed. Yeah, I'd have to. Yeah.
And if you want, you can roll a history check to learn about see if you know the details about what happened, why the religion.
Of course.
Yeah,
How are you doing?
That is. Why is it so slow? 21.
21, yeah. So you do remember that what happened in the Dwendalian Empire is in the early days of the Empire, the Empire was already starting to go out and expand and kind of conquer other lands. And when they did, they absorb some of those organizations, some of those nations, and how they operated into the empire to be a part of it. For example, the Library of the Cobalt Soul was one of those. It was a way to let the people of the place that they conquered have some of their culture, some of their traditions, so that they could feel better about being brought into this nation who just defeated them, who conquered them in battle. But in the early days of the empire, there were religious leaders who led a revolt against the Dwendals, the monarch of the time, of the family Dwendal. And the rebellion was defeated, but the family became very paranoid against religion and against those who worshipped unapproved religions, because they saw that those other religions were a threat to their rule, that if there could be power given from other gods, and that power could be used against them. And so they wanted only the approved gods to be worshipped in the empire. Now, obviously, you would know, working for the Chantry, that is not what happens all the time. Part of what you would have done would be working to find people who worshipped, and it's not like you were out there punishing them or you're an executioner or anything like that, but you were compelled to report a shrine to a god that wasn't approved. You were compelled to make sure to report those types of things to the Chantry. Now, you were also told that there was a very diverse mix of people who were being sent out to the settlement, and so it's understood that your judgment is a big factor in how you should approach these things. So there is a level of how you feel about it versus how the Chantry feels about it. But the empire itself, yes, the Wild Mother Melora is outlawed from being worshipped in the empire. But how strictly it is enforced depends on where you're at. If you're in Wrexham, it's going to be a problem. But out here, you wouldn't be surprised to find a lot of the citizens in the Zemni fields worshipping unapproved gods.
Okay. Basically, I'd say, like, it's not something I would condone myself. Obviously, the Empire has the religions that it's allowing, but we all have been sent here to do our part. And I believe that this group will get that job done. And I'm reserving my judgment. I do believe that you could still be a valuable member of the team. So
with that, I'm gonna reach down to the dagger, kind of grasp it, and say, "It's a sailor's duty to offer blessings to Melora." Take a swig of a beer.
And it's this really nice moment. You all feel very calm. The murmur of the tavern has kind of dropped, and with Aki's playing of this Feywild tune on her viol, it's almost this otherworldly but relaxing music, and everybody just gets this almost calm about them. And as the two of you are talking, even though it's a charged topic, you both feel very calm about it. And it is now you look around and see everybody kind of drinking, and it's a little less rowdy, but not necessarily in a bad way. It's not like the party's ended, but everybody's kind of a little bit more a little bit more amicable towards each other, and it's a nice moment as this new music plays. Alivor, you walk up to the stage, and the elf, the half elf who was playing with Aki tries to play again. Gets a little bit better this time and starts to play along with the tune, and doesn't play through the whole thing with Aki, but really starts to find the place where they can add the tune in that enhances it, and it kind of grows. And you all feel like, instead of being out in in the middle of a ship in the middle of the Zemni fields, it feels like you're out in the forest. It feels like it's just nice. You all feel a little whimsical as this Feywild music plays.
Yes. Very nice, very nice. I would like to just step up on stage and be like, well, it's getting kind of boring. Let's try and liven this party up here. And I'm going to try and play more of a pretty much like rock out, you know.
Okay.
We're trying to liven the party here.
Okay.
At that, I'd like to switch to match what he's playing in more of a fiddle style. And
Okay.
more of like a sea shanty, kind of like what the half elf was playing before. Very like,
Okay.
very fiddle, very like bluegrassy, very like fucking pirate music.
Okay, got it. Okay, so let's see here. All right, so both of you give me not perception, performance checks
All right,
to
let's
see
roll
how
this shit.
the what is now a trio. The other one's gonna roll 2. Who's with you guys?
Hit my boob and-
And let's
Fuck.
let's get this going.
Do I get to read
Damn.
that?
I got an 8.
Yeah.
An 8?
so
Oh man!
I got a
It's the
9.
travel. Oh no, you guys!
I know it like rolled and hit my boob and then landed on one.
Oh no!
Like,
Okay,
just rolled because
push
of
back
my
to
boob.
this here.
Probably not.
Let's see.
Come on, half elf.
The half elf rolled pretty well. So,
God.
yeah, the half elf rolled a 22 total.
Okay, perfect. We're following him. He's
Now, baby.
And they start playing again, and it's nice. It's back to the rowdy crowd. Mumble T Peg starts up again, and people start getting, somebody bumps, like bumps in, and there's a little bit of frustrated tones. But even though you guys don't get it fully rocking, the vibe has been changed at least back to a little bit more upbeat, a little bit more out of that whimsical side of things.
perfect. Had enough of this wholesome stuff. We need to get
Grumpy part.
I would say with that, some tips are brought up and handed. The elf who's playing with you guys kind of tips the hat onto the stage, and a couple people come up and drop a few coins here and there in for the music. With that, the rest of the group who is at the table, I would say that Yohei, for you, Braziera comes up and very discreetly slides you a note, and then walks off and just, all right, there you go, that's for you, have a good night, and then heads off back to go do things around, hopping around the tavern, serving people.
Do we all see this?
Can I discreetly read that?
Yeah,
Trying to get
So it looks like she was trying to be discreet for the tavern, not discreet for the table.
Got it.
And yeah, it's up to you if you want to open
Yeah,
it.
can I read
it
that?
here. Yeah, absolutely. She opens it up, or she's not there anymore. You open it up, and it says, Jor-El has just arrived.
Oh, no.
Do we know what he looks like?
Not really.
Is she still serving?
She is, and if you look over to catch her eyes, she looks, and then she looks over, and you see a red-haired. It's almost at this point, it's kind of unkempt at the top. He's already super sloshed, even though he hasn't been there very long. But he's got red hair, a close-cropped beard all the way down, and he's wearing. It looks almost like it's like farm gear, like he was probably somebody who worked the Zemni fields around this area before being just a general laborer at the settlement. But he's kind of got a little bit of a drunken, just looking around, trying to take everything in, and he sees Braziera. Oh, hey, yeah, drink please, drink. She goes, yep, right.
Is he human?
Huh?
Is he human?
He is a human, yes.
Okay. I guess, I'll point out to the group. Jor-El just entered into the bar. I believe we were told by Yoraz that he might have seen something at the lake.
Oh, is that the laborer guy? Which one is he?
Yeah, he's a laborer.
And I look over in the direction of where he might be, trying to track him.
So are me and Alivor back at the table now, or are we still at stage?
if you guys were wanting to be done, I still had you guys on the stage for this part. But everybody can gather together after the time for a song or two. But this would have been while you're still playing.
Okay.
I guess I'd kind of like to give a shout to Jor-El and like call him over to the table.
Okay.
That's pretty decent.
When he does that, I like point to my drink. I don't know. I don't even know what drink I have. I just grab a tankard off the table and point at it.
Okay. Yeah. Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
And can I also call the bar? Just try and catch the barmaid's attention.
Looks like a 10.
Come by.
A 10? Okay, let me see what Okay. He's got a little bit of a concerned look on his face. He still seems to be a little nervous from whatever happened at the time. And he just kind of gives like you raise it and point at that, and he right at that point Brazier comes and drops one off to him, and he raises his and just points to his.
I'd like to chime in,
Awkward.
Sure.
and I just be like, hey, don't be like that. Come join us.
Okay. At that point, Brazier comes back over to your guys' table and kind of quietly, yeah, what can I get you?
I was like, I'll have one of what he's having, and then I just point to him expectantly if he's still looking at us.
Okay.
And just kind of
Alright,
give him
so-
a 2 and hey, what's up?
Sure. So Garcius, you can go ahead and roll a persuasion check. It will be a tougher DC this time because of the failure beforehand, but it'll be another try to get him over.
Cool. So do I roll that at disadvantage then?
No, it'll just be a higher DC. So the DC or difficulty class is the number you need to hit to be successful. So
Gotcha.
So the first one was a roll against him. So it was a 12 against Yohei's 10. So you can do it again, but it's going to be a higher DC than that because you guys have already failed at trying to persuade him. So we'll
Okay.
call this a DC 15 persuasion check to get him over to your guys' table.
Cool. Let's see. Ooh. I've got, I guess it'd be a dirty 20?
Dirty 20. Okay.
20.
Okay. Got it. He kind of gives a look. All right. He grabs his beer, comes down, and he has a look on his face like, here we go again. He kind of expects, he's been telling this tale around the area, around the tavern even. But he goes and walks over to the table. He pulls out a chair and sits down, kind of slams his drink down a little bit. It's about that time. Brazier brings back over another one. Before anybody can even grab it or reach for it, he grabs the other one, puts it over. So he's double fisting ale mugs. He takes a swig from one and a swig from other. And we'll say at this point, Aki and Alivor get back to the table, saying that unless you guys want to do something different, which you totally can. But otherwise, we'll say you guys are back to the table at this point.
Yeah, we'll go back
I'd
to the
like
table.
to come over and kind of give like a flirty hello to this newcomer.
To Jarrell. Okay, go ahead and roll just like a general charisma check.
Okay.
See how charismatically you flirt with this guy.
21. Dirty 21.
21. Okay. You guys all look, and as Aki starts doing a little bit of flirting with this guy, he's got red hair that is immediately contrasted by his even redder cheeks. He starts to blush very heavily and chugs one of the ales, slams it back down. Yeah, I'm here. What do you want to talk about?
I'm complimenting him on his beautiful red hair.
You kind of
And telling him that where I come from, that's what our leaves look like in autumn.
Ah, right. Well, this is just my hair, but I'm glad you like it. I like your hair too.
Thank you. And she just kind of like,
Is your hair made out of leaves?
it's not really made out of leaves, but
I mean, I see it. I see that it's regular hair, but I don't know if that's where hair is like in your came or where you came from.
I do have like maybe like some like leaf charms and some little like butterfly clips in my hair. So I just kind of like flounce those around and
Okay.
like laugh at his fucking joke.
he seems very disarmed, and he's kind of like, "Oh, right, all right. Well, yeah. What can I do for all of you? What's the drink for? What's the company for? What can
Since
I
I
do for you?"
already have his attention, I want to like introduce us as newcomers to the settlement and tell him that like we have heard his name in town and that he bravely faced, I'm gonna like embellish it, kind of like stroke that ego a little bit, like bravely
Dang,
faced
really putting on the work.
like some sort of aberration perhaps in near. And then I'm gonna mention that hunter. I have his name, but I can't think of it right now.
Yoraz.
Yeah, I'm gonna mention Yoraz and Linessa had, mentioned that he had seen some horrific sights and that we're investigating this and like anything he can tell us would help us, and that just like again comment on like the bravery it must have taken to like face that.
Go ahead and roll persuasion at advantage.
Side note, guys, I gotta take off.
Oh, okay. Hey, thanks for joining. We will catch you on the next session, man.
Hey, absolutely.
Great having you.
All right, man.
See you guys next time.
So the first one was a 17, or sorry, it was a 13. I'm gonna go with 13.
A 13 with advantage.
Yeah.
So he kind of leans back, and you can tell that he wouldn't have really. He does not want to talk about it. He would not have really opened up otherwise. But he kind of leans back in his chair and starts sipping on the other ale. Yeah, I saw some things. Yeah, I went out to the Daggermore. I was searching for.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, as he does this, I still have my viol, so I'm gonna be like kind of mindlessly, like, still listening to him, but just kind of like gently fiddling around with it. Be like tuning it a little bit and like nodding my head, just kind of like to set it a little bit at ease. The situation.
Got it. Okay. So he continues and yeah, I was looking for some of those really expensive mushrooms, I mean, look, I get that this new settlement is trying to do something. I get that it's for the Empire or whatever. But look, I don't get paid that well. I'm not a master carpenter. I'm not a master builder. I move rocks. I move wood. I hammer nails. But those mushrooms out there, those truffles, ooh. You can take those back to Rexentrim and get 100 gold per pound. They feed that stuff to the king. That's Starosta only anywhere but Rexentrim. So look, yeah, I was out there. It was my day off anyways, so I went out to the Daggermore. And I was wandering around, trying to see what I could find. I was out there, and I just didn't find shit. Okay? I didn't know what I was doing. I was just hoping to find something. And that's when I started walking by the dagger. And something happened. I knew before I saw anything that something was there, Something was there with me.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't alone anymore. I was alone the whole damn day. I didn't find shit. And then I wasn't alone. That's what I knew first.
That sounds terrifying.
It was. I started to look around. I thought maybe I could take cover in the trees. And it kind of starts nodding. No. God, no. I'll never go into a forest again. I walked to the tree line, and the branches of the trees started moving towards me. They started reaching out for me. I don't know what kind of goddamn trees they have in that place, but those trees had fucking faces. They looked at me with burning eyes. I turned around and I ran back to the damn rock. I ran from those damn trees. I ran from trees. That's right. I said it. I ran from fucking trees.
God, that's awful. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I can't imagine how frightening that must have been.
And every time you say something like that, he's just like, yeah.
Like, yeah.
I was pretty damn brave doing
Yes,
that. I was pretty damn brave.
Definitely.
But that wasn't it. God, I wish that was it. I took shelter under one of the rocks. Things just started moving. The ground started moving. The sky started moving. My world started shifting. I don't know if I was sent to some other place. I don't know what the hell it was I saw. Hell, it could have been the 9 hells. I have no idea what it was that I saw. But then I
Sounds
heard
like you
growling.
found the wrong mushrooms, friend.
He looks kind of... Yeah. I wish I had found anything. Something else. But then I heard the growling. And I looked up back over my shoulder on top of the dagger where I was standing. Or where I was sheltering, sitting. And I saw a snout crest the ridge. Black as night. With teeth that were dripping lava. It breathed out fire. It moved over the ridge and around. 20 feet away from me, it jumped down onto the ground and was level to where I was. I've never been so scared of anything in my life. This giant hellhound of a creature kept moving towards me. The noises that came out of it were not from this world. It was something else. This was a monster. This was not like any kind of dog or wolf I had ever seen. And I ran just like Yoraz ran out of there. I heard that damn story of him too. I don't know what he saw. He didn't see a hellhound like me, but he saw something, or he felt something out there. So I ran, and I ran. And the hound chased me for I don't know how long. But eventually I found myself at the settlement. I ran in and I slammed the door shut. And I didn't leave for 2 damn days. I couldn't do it.
Of course. After something terrible like that happened, you were lucky to get out alive. You did the right thing. Was there a point as you were being chased, as you approached the settlement perhaps, where you felt like maybe you had lost them? Maybe they were no longer chasing you? If you can recall?
Because it's, I don't know, it was kind of a blur. I was just running. I don't even know where I was running, to be honest. I just ran.
Yeah.
Everything shifting in front of me as I did. I don't know how long it was. It could have been minutes. It could have been an hour. But it did stop chasing me at some point. At least it felt like it. I didn't hear it anymore. The world started to calm down. Things got back to normal.
Do you remember what you saw when you first realized that things were back to normal, when they were no longer shifting, or you couldn't hear the hellhound, or you couldn't feel it? What was the first thing you remember seeing? Was it the settlement? Were you by water, perhaps?
Tents. I saw tents.
Okay. Maybe like
know
the
if it
hunters'
was-
tents.
could have been. I don't know if it was hunters' tents. Some of the other workers. We stay outside from time to time. There's the barracks tents. I don't remember, but I did see a tent.
Okay.
I did see a tent.
Thank you for reliving this horrific moment and sharing your story with us.
Yeah, it's nice to share with all of you. I like all of you a lot. It's
Can
too
we
damn
just
bad. I'm
walk
leaving
around?
anyways.
You're leaving?
Yeah, you don't see something like that and stay around.
I understand. Is there anything that would keep you in these parts? If perhaps this foe was taken down? Is there any way you could feel safe again here?
I don't know. I haven't felt safe since it happened. If I feel safe again, I'll tell you. I feel nice right now. I feel drunk right now. That's something.
Damn, bro.
Well, we do appreciate
what
the
about all
information
you?
you've given us.
Yeah, I appreciate the beer. I appreciate the company.
Oh, we're,
What
just
are,
gonna-
who are all of you? I don't even know any of you. Who are you?
we're new to the settlement. We're going to try and make a few things better if we can.
Well, that's what you're doing, but who are you?
My name is Aki.
I'm Milo. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You
No,
have
that's fine.
the-
I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were about to talk.
Oh, no, go for it. I was just going to say I'm Milo. That's it. That's all I was going with.
I'm Aki. I'm a humble musician. I'm not from here. And I traveled here with my friend, Yohei, when I learned that they were building a settlement here. And I heard that there were many strange plants, different flora and fauna in this area, and I have a great interest in alchemy and herbalism, and so I thought I would come take a look out here and see if there's anything that I could learn or find, with the hopes of maybe establishing a bathhouse in the settlement. And if that doesn't pan out, perhaps playing some music at an establishment such as this one, or the tavern they're working on building in the settlement. That's about it.
So we got Milo and Yohei and Aki. What about the other two?
Name's Varric.
Alivar.
Okay. Strong silent types. I get it. All right. All right. Well, I'm going to go back to my table now. I appreciate you all getting me drunker. If there's anything you need, you can find me over there, but you'll have to buy me another damn drink.
Enjoy it, man.
If there's anything that we can do to help you feel safe again, please let us know.
Kind of looks like a little taken aback by that. Just, all right.
We intend to seek out these monstrosities that you folks have experienced.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. Don't die. And then he gets up and leaves.
Don't die!
Okay. And with that, you guys are left at your table. We'll say that Garcius kind of gets up and gets a room for the night, heads off to the table, and leaves you guys there to give a story reason for him not being at the table anymore.
See you later, Garcius.
Yeah, or heads back to the wagon, or depends on what you guys do. But you are left in the shouting sail. Is there anything anybody else would like to do, or do you guys just want to finish up your drinks and figure out where to go from there?
What time is it?
Yeah.
Still fairly early. We're talking at this point, we'll say we're at 7:30. You guys have been there for a good couple hours, maybe a few hours, and it's starting to get dark outside finally.
I think heading back's a pretty safe bet before it gets dark.
Because we have room and board there, I think, right?
Yeah.
You have room and board there. So at this point, we're calling it dusk. So 7:30 It will take at least a couple of hours to get back, depending on how well you guys roll. But I would say like a minimum of, for traversing everything with the horse and wagon, I'd say a minimum of 2 hours to get back.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get those horses
Yeah.
back to their owner and turn in our rentals and kind of get established for the night. I know I want to check out my room and kind of figure some
Yeah.
stuff out.
Yeah, agreed.
Are we
Okay,
staying
get
at
it.
the tavern? No.
Heading back to things. So you guys go. You get the wagon ready. You get the extra 2 horses, Green and Runner. You get them ready to go. How do you guys want to take everything back? Do you want to have the horses like tied to the wagon? Do you want somebody riding those extra 2 horses?
Yeah,
What
I'd
would you
like to ride one of them for sure.
Okay. Okay, got it. Let's check this out here.
Say, I believe I got fairly drunk, so I should not be driving a horse. I'm gonna hop in the back of the wagon.
Well, hey, do you want to
I have proficiency with land vehicles.
Okay.
man the cart?
This is
I look at Oakley and see how energetic he is. Does he look like he wants to get in the back of the wagon? Or does he want to run it out?
I would say, given that you got, was he in the wagon before? Did he get exercise before?
He was with me in the back of the wagon.
He's in the back. So he
And then
kind of
he
wants to run it out. Yeah, he kind of
Yeah.
wants to run it out, especially after, kind of being cooped up at the settlement for a little bit on that first night that you guys were there. He's more than happy to trail behind the cart, trudging along, and we'll keep an eye out sniffing things as you guys go.
I'll take the other horse if nobody's got any gripes or complaints, and let Oakley chase after me. Get that energy out. He's going to be quite a ruckus later.
No complaints here. I'll ride in the back of the wagon.
Yeah, so I jump on the
Great.
available
I've had a lot
horse.
to drink, and my character is not great at driving.
All right, so both of the horse riders, Aki and Milo, give me animal handling. And Yohei, go ahead and give me animal handling. I would say at advantage because you have your vehicle proficiency, but
We
given
have
that you're
advantage because
do a straight
earlier.
roll. Oh, that's right, you do have it. So we'll keep advantage then with the singing to the horses.
Oh, nice. So,
I got a 17.
I got a 19.
So
21.
I'm kind of
Yeah, you guys are the masters of the horses right now. You guys
The Lord of Horses.
you get back 2 hours. We're talking you're back to the settlement by 10 o'clock. So to give a description, I guess Varric and Alivor, are you guys just hanging out in the back of the wagon? Do you want to do anything particular or just kind of
I'm gonna drunkenly just like mumble a tune the way back,
Okay. Okay. Just like kind of a practice in a way, just keeping yourself entertained.
Yeah, keeping myself entertained, keeping it from just being dead silent all the way back there,
Sure. Yeah. Okay, got it.
So paladin talk, huh?
I'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. How you doing?
How you doing?
That's all I say.
Love it. Love it. Okay, great. So you guys travel through the night on the same path that you went through in the day, and it was kind of a gloomy day. It was a wet day. The rain has stopped, and there's still clouds in the sky, but there's no rain clouds. It's not a rainy night. You look up and you see Katha, the large moon over Wildmount. Ruidus is not visible currently, but you do see Katha, and you see some of the clouds just passing over, and it creates this real beautiful serenity. After the drinking, after the merriment, after the games, after getting a little bit of time to just go out and let loose, after traveling, after figuring out what was going on at the settlement, after doing a little bit more serious things, it was nice to have a little bit of time to meet your new group, to meet the others who you'll be working with at the settlement, and what you guys will be trying to accomplish, what your goals are going to be, what who everybody is, and you get this sense of purpose in your ride back to the settlement. And you all feel it. You all know. You all get what you're supposed to do here. There is something encroaching, and you are now the people who are meant to investigate, who are meant to root out the cause. And you feel like you've made some progress. You feel like that you've got some leads. There's a place to look. And even though it's nighttime, even though you're traveling on this road that is you see nobody else on the road on your way back. This is a not very often traveled road. You guys are literally blazing a trail to this settlement and getting it to be more than what it is now, to be stability in this area, to offer help, to offer aid, to offer a place for people to go. And you don't feel fear. You don't feel that fear of what's hiding in the dark. And that might not last. You heard some pretty scary things. Some of the things that they said worry you guys a little bit. There's things going on here. There's people going missing. There's danger. There's danger. And you feel that danger deep, but you don't feel afraid. Not now. Not in this moment. Not after your first night in the tavern with friends. You feel ready. Ready to face whatever is coming next. And as you get back to the settlement, there are 2 guards posted outside, but they recognize you already. And they let you by. They kind of open the gate, even though it's not really necessary. It's just more of not having to ride in the rough grass, around to get to the stable. But you go through the gates and you take the horses and the carriage back to the stables. And Red is there to silently, tiredly greet you all, grab the horses from you, give a quiet and thankful, gracious nod for the return of Green and Runner as well. And does mutter just a bit before sending you guys off. I'll make sure and tell the lady. And you head off to the little cabins, little dwellings for each of you. And you go and you see that there's a little note tied to the door of each of them. You can unwrap it and open it up and see a name. Maybe one of you goes up and sees the name for the first name on there is Milo. This is the house for Milo. And the rest of you go down the line. There's one for Varric, one for Alivor, Aki, Yohei, for Garcius. Each of you have a place here. Each of you have something to do here. Whether you were sent here by the organizations that you're associated with, or whether you came of your own accord, this is your place. This is your new home. And as you see, you open the door to these small little dwellings. Bare. Just bare. Nothing but floor, walls, and not even a cot, but just a sleeping pad that you can roll out for yourself.
Like no windows or anything?
No windows. Just basic. And it can be upgraded. Just like all of you, these little cabins have potential. They can be shaped into more. This settlement can be shaped into more. All of you can be shaped into more. And together, tied with this settlement, tied with these people here, you can all build the foundation for something great. And you all feel as you go to sleep that night, close your eyes, leave yourself to dream, to have nightmares, even to just rest, sound sleepily. You all pass into unconsciousness, ready for whatever comes next, whatever you all decide to investigate. And that's where we're going to end the session for the day. Now, real quick before we end, so Bree got me set up with the notes. If you guys would like, I'd love to give that opening intro again so you guys
please
Yeah, let's
do.
hear it.
unadulterated version, because I'd love for you guys to hear that, to have that kind of setup for how we got into it. So is that cool with you guys? You cool
Yes,
to
please.
Yeah.
spend
Oh,
a couple extra minutes on that? Okay, cool.
Can I rip the door off of my cabin?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me a quick strength check before we finish up. We'll just see how that goes.
Will you make me a window? I need a window.
17.
Can you
17.
make me a window?
It seems like there'll probably be somebody mad about that the next day, but you get it off. All right.
Seems excessive as I go into my humble abode. Close the door lightly, and you hear just the lightest click of a lock.
You totally could have just kept the fucking door open.
All right. So here we go. Do a little chronology magic. Get back to the beginning here. So imagine you're not done all the shit you just did. All right, here we go. Welcome to the world of Exandria, a world of myth and legend, but also of great disaster and calamitous ruin. A world of discovery and expansion, one of magical marvels and dangerous ambition. And throughout the ages in this magical land, the ambition comes with a cost. Conflict. Conflict between gods, conflict between kingdoms, an unending cycle that repeats down through time, shaping the world for better or for worse. It is those events that has led us to all of you, here in the continent of Wildmount in the Dwendalian Empire, to a brief respite of peace in this land. For decades, tensions had been rising in Wynandir, a region on the continent of Wildmount, east and north of the Sirios Mountains and the Menagerie Coast, and west of Blightshore. The Dwendalian Empire, an imperial nation that has been in power for 12 generations, ruling by force and making sure that order is kept in these wild lands. King Dwendal, the current monarch, continues the tradition of his families, and with the taxes levied against the citizens and the military might of the righteous brand, the Dwendalian Empire remains one of the most powerful nations in all of Exandria. But they are not without their rivals. Across the Ashkeeper Peaks lies eastern Wynandir and the Badlands of the Kryn dynasty, in the lands known as Jorhas. The dynasty is responsible for the other side of the tension in Wildmount, with the decades of rising tension being instigated by the dynasty against the Empire, and Empire against the dynasty, with an increasing number of skirmishes leading to losses on both sides. These tensions came to a head, and in 835 PD, the first battle of the Ashgard garrison began the War of Ash and Light between the two nations. Although the war lasted less than a year, the damage on both sides was significant and led to a lasting distrust between the two nations that already lacked any. A truce was formed, however unlikely the odds, and it has been just over 5 years since the two lands have had any fighting, at least that is publicly acknowledged. With no war to occupy themselves, high-ranking advisors began turning their eyes back to the Empire to find ways to increase their standing and power in the world as it continues on its ever-changing trajectory. In the north region of the Zemni Fields, however, a calm began to settle as the region returned to normal. An area that focuses mostly on agriculture, mining, and logging, the Dwendalian citizens here were happy to avoid the war and all of the complications that came along with it, including being ordered to provide crops to feed the righteous brand during the war for the good of the Empire. But the calm never lasts long in lands shaped by magic. In the month of Sidenstar, on the 20th day in 841 PD, we find ourselves here, with whispers of odd happenings having spread from the nearby town of Erosa, and the families that are in charge of commerce in the area, known as the Amber Council, both sounding the alarm to the highest reaches of the Empire. Reports of animal mutilations and sightings of odd creatures in the dark corners of the night haunt the rural area and leave a chill on any who decide to brave the area without an armed guard. With surprising speed and without the usual bureaucracy attached to such an undertaking, it was decided a new settlement would be established in the region to the west of Erosa. The settlement is small, but ready to grow with the help of those who can guide it. With any new endeavor, there are individuals and organizations who want to be involved in its shaping for their own benefit, or to watch over those who are involved. It was that calling that brought all of you here today. And the rest is description for the scene we went into, so that's going to be it.
Oh,
yeah.
That was nice.
So,
I'm glad we redid
awesome.
that.
So that is it for session 1. For everybody, hey, we're still live on Twitch. For anybody watching on Twitch, thank you for checking in today. And we will be back in 2 weeks for session 2 to find out what our party does next. Check it out. It'll be a great time. I think that will be it. Catch you later.